Roosevelt, the ambassador, back on to commentate another game as we have the Cleveland Steamers in red. And Willie's Peckerheads back on the court there after their victory over the Whirlysters, as we have a shot from Mr. Cliff Thompson. Sails over the backboard. I do apologize in advance. I do not know all of the Cleveland players. Of course, I do know Rick, number 2, the Cleveland owner, or the previous Cleveland owner. But names aside, what I have seen from this Cleveland team is that they do have very good shooters here and a very good defense, apparently, as number 14 gets a major swat to the other side of the court. Talk about playing with a little fire and intensity there. A good 3-man wall on the inside, number 12, wedging. As you got Dan Doherty looking for that screenshot, and he converts. A beautiful shot there to put Chicago on the board. Walter directing traffic for his defense there as he's trying his mightiest to get a piece of that ball, which for those of you who do know, Walter can be a little bit difficult at times. Dan trying to hold that bumper, enough for Walter to get by. Instead, he ends up getting the points himself, and that's probably the better option anyways, as he was over the middle there. Quick ball movement from Walter over the mic. Mike's gonna bump Dan here. He may opt to take the screen. Although he's got plenty of time there. You got Brett on the outside though. Let's see if Cleveland is sleeping. Walter wanting that shot. One more pass probably would have been nice. 3-on-2 opportunity for Cleveland as you got Ricky, led by Mr. Smith. Ricky looking for somebody to get the ball to. Beautiful shot by number 24. And like I said, apologies in advance. I don't know the names of these players. So Cleveland, if you happen to listen to this, I will try and come find you and introduce myself and try and remember your names. That way, if I do end up commentating your games, I will know, and just the fact of the matter, get to know you individuals anyways. I do know a number of you are the owners of the center now, so I know you played last year, so thank you for coming again this year. It means a lot. Back to the game though, you got Ricky looking for a deep 3 points. That one looked good. Some stout defense by the Chicago team. Our good friend Brett, who's looking for somebody to get that ball to. Some good defense by the Cleveland Steamers here. Brett directing the traffic for that screenshot does not go. Good defensive stand by Cleveland. We're currently down 4-2 with 3:30 left to go in this first half. And my goodness, speaking of what I mentioned earlier about Walter getting a piece of the ball, he certainly got a piece of it that time. Beautiful defense by him as Dan Doherty tries to put up a shot there. Number 12 misses just to the right. Our good friend, Mr. Brad Dobies from Cleveland, he just sat down beside me, and I just, Brad, I don't expect you to stay on long if you don't want to, but just for the news out there, and because I'm an idiot, can you just do a quick rundown of who's who for the Cleveland team, starting with who just made that beautiful shot, number 10?
No problem. That's Craig. He's one of the owners in Cleveland. Followed by 12, which is Ryan, also another co-owner. And their good friend Maiko, 14, and then obviously Rick, we touched on that earlier, former owner of the Cleveland Center, and one of our former employees, number 24, Jim Sullivan.
All right. I'll try and remember that. No promises though.
They're playing some good WhirlyBall out there.
They certainly are. I'm very impressed with how methodical they are with their defense. They're consistent inside, utilizing that wedge.
Yeah, defense is a big thing I told them to focus on. And just like we need to in this tournament,
that breakaway.
Offense has been kind of a struggle though, sometimes.
Right, and there's definitely a number of teams who seem to be finding difficulty finding their offense. I think a lot of it has to do with just getting used to these courts and cars because, I mean, Chicago has seen obviously they're the teams that are the least having difficulty finding offense.
Oh, for sure. This is their home center. They got that home field advantage. We took advantage of that last year. For sure.
Yeah, I remember that.
I didn't want a small jab. I'm sorry.
No, that was a good battle between our teams. I love playing against you guys. It was a bittersweet thing. You guys are in A this year. I didn't get an opportunity to play against you, but at some point, the battle between both Nobies will once again happen.
Yes, I cannot wait for that to resume for sure. It's always great playing you guys, and hopefully you guys can lock it down this year. You know, maybe we have a little bit of an upset, quote unquote, to some people.
Yeah, really looking forward to watching you guys play each other. You guys have been playing you know what's off.
Correct.
For the first couple of days. As the Steamers bring it within 4. They're only down by 4 here, 10-6 going into the second half. I don't think they really need to change too much here. You know, I think it was just, like I've said about a couple of these other teams, it's just about finding that catching fire for offense.
For sure, and a lot of these guys can shoot. Ricky's been playing for how many years? You know, we know where his shot's coming from for the most part when we play him in Cleveland, but a lot of these guys, it's new to them to play Ricky, so. And then Craig's got a really nice shot, and trying to help him, that didn't prove it, but he got a really nice high shot once he puts his elbow up. We're trying to work on him with that.
Well, it seems to be panning out. Because, like I said, I remember watching these guys, I remember these players from last year, and they're definitely strides.
For sure, they ran into that monster that was the Minnesota team last year in the D division. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch that live. We were playing on the other court, as you know.
Right.
But I have watched as our championship game, or series, I should say, multiple times throughout the year. Can't get enough of it.
That's like me going back to 2019 and my championship where we had to beat Texas twice in the game.
Absolutely. I've watched that before too because you guys played really well there at your own home center and you guys were just spot on constantly.
I mean, I think those games were the epitome of catching fire, especially Raphael that year. He just could not be stopped.
So often, I believe John Weber even started catching fire too and held down that defense for you guys.
He certainly did. I mean, him and Mike Econ. Yeah, it was a thing with him Go back to this game. We got Walter putting up a shot on the outside that does not go. I wonder if things have cooled down for Chicago here as they are in the, whoa, man, Walter is making me eat my words. I had made a remark earlier about, how difficult it is for Walter to get a piece of the ball defensively, and he has already had 2 big blocks.
Great defender, good shooter. He even had to rub it in my face in the Texas Invite this year when he got a piece of mine, for sure. He sent that right back into the corner. Oh, good steal.
Man, he's just, he must have learned to take it personally. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a vendetta to settle with you, I think.
He does. So, Walter, when you hear this back, just know there's nothing but love for you. Hopefully that love can be received. As we have a nice shot attempt by Mike, does not go. Still nice nonetheless as you got Chicago with a high 3-man ball. Let's see if Cleveland's going to be able to break it. Ricky looking for that gap, a nice bit of a bump, forcing Chicago to drop in.
Possibly had a 3-on-2.
Yeah, Chicago read that one beautifully there. Cleveland down 12-6.
Brian with the long shot.
Yeah.
Nice block by Jim right there.
He would seem to be the primary defender for this team.
He kind of wants to play everywhere with this team. It seems to be either Craig or Ryan are going to be one of the pickers, and then Jim has been a solid man sitting back there in the hole this tournament for sure.
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit this year, and that just seems like his bread and butter is a little bit of everything. I mean, when I have seen most of it.
Yeah, he is their tallest defender, I would believe. Between him and Ryan, they got some height right there for sure. Michael likes to sit back there and play some defense. I've been trying to teach him the wedge position to get him kind of more of a roaming kind of position on that defensive end.
That rover position?
Pretty much, yes. And then he can go up and shoot one or two every now and then, or just fall back into the defensive wall for the next play. Just kind of give a little bit of the offensive pressure up as they keep going.
There he goes. Look at, like you were saying, he's trying to go. He's trying to get Ricky to go back, but he's not. Luckily, number 1 recognized.
Ryan. Nice block.
And speaking of recognition there, great block to save the Cleveland D from letting them get Chicago a layup. Look back to make sure the defense is set before he went too far up. That is a veteran move.
He's been very good recently about doing that because we have made him pay for sure at our home center during practices. So he is starting to learn to make sure the defense is set for sure.
Some good ball movement by
nice block by Ryan. Great ball movement. Nice defense by Cleveland right there. Still 2 seconds left.
I know we've been talking a lot about this Cleveland team, obviously center, but just your thoughts, on this Chicago team. Is there any 1 or 2 individuals that stick out, or one particular aspect of their game that you're really enjoying watching?
For me, it's actually seeing Dan right now. Dan has been shooting very well this tournament. And then with the combination of Walt and Brett to take that kind of pressure off of him too, those 3 guys are just shooting really well this tournament. And Cliff's my guy. We were disc golfing the other day, and seeing him play some solid defense this tournament is great.
Oh, shooting well, my goodness. Dan Doherty, ladies and gentlemen.
Lights up his own laser.
Make sure to check out the Dan Doherty Skill Pro table for all of your needs.
And his desires, repairs, and everything.
It needs and desires. I like that, Brad.
Hey, I get royalties, right? All right.
I mean, once Dan hears this, you'll probably get anything you want from it.
Hey, he hooked us up at Six Flags, so that's payment enough for sure.
Yeah, Dan is like he's my Chicago equivalent of ambassador.
Oh, that was a crazy one.
Around the world, the rim shot.
That was a loop-de-doo. Speaking of Six Flags.
That ball went for a ride. All right, well, we got Cleveland just putting up desperation shots. Number 25 not happy here as he throws the scoop up in exasperation. Chicago leading 18-6 with a minute 14. This game is all but over. Like I said, the story of this division, just from what I've seen, is defense has just not been the problem. I mean, yeah, nobody's playing perfect defense, but it's just, not able to generate offense.
For sure, I've seen a couple teams struggle.
Yeah.
Myself included sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the height of the backboards here. Something's going on.
Right.
No excuses, though. I'll get it together.
At the end of the day, no excuses. As Cleveland makes a really good defensive play to make sure Walter doesn't get a layup there. Pass down over to Ricky there. Let's see if he tries a little one-on-one against Mr. Coons.
I know Rick wanted that rebound to race him for sure.
I think he's letting him know it there. Look at that. Rick's all smiles.
It's good to see Rick having some fun here at the tournament. Didn't think he was going to be showing up to another out-of-state tournament. And it's nice for us to have 4 teams this year representing Cleveland in another city.
That is absolutely huge, guys. I mean, you guys at times have struggled to bring 2, and this year you brought 4
teams.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Well, this one's in the books. If there's any more Cleveland teams, I'll try to pop back up when I get some more courage, if you know what I mean.
I certainly do.
And I will leave this to you.
All right. Well, I'm probably going to take a little bit of a break there. But who knows? We may get a visit from everyone's good friend, Mr. Noah Aaron. And that's the beauty of this. Anybody in the center who has the chops and the desires, as Brad has said, to come and try and hop on the commentary booth and do a little bit of play-by-play, little good banter. Please feel free to come up. If you don't know how to operate the board, just come find me, Mark, Noah, Sully. We can let you know how it works. It's really simple. And so in the meantime, stay tuned. It looks like we have a Seattle C team coming up with somebody else. Enjoy more WhirlyBall action.
Take care of that ball, man. Let's go, guys. It doesn't matter what project you set up. Defensive freeze. There you go, guys. Red ball, game will begin in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beginning of the Unlimited Tournament. As we start setting up, you'll notice that on court one, you'll see all of the cars lined up at the base wall. We're going to race them. For the Unlimited Tournament, we try to make sure that all of the cars are as even as they possibly can be. And so we're going to race the cars and switch them out to make them more and more even. There are still going to be car disparities. There are still going to be cars that are taller than others. The black cars will remain a little bit taller. Bolty for 3. And I'm getting joined early for this Unlimited racing even of the cars check by Mr. Tommy Benavidez. Tommy, how are you, sir? Oh, we are not live. Stand by. Channel 1, can you hit the red mute and the green ears? And channel 3, can you hit the green ears? All right. We should be live now.
How do we find that out?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hopefully WhirlyBall Nation can hit us as well. It looks like Bolty is left behind. His car looks the slowest. Not sure why Bolty's not racing, but it looks like the 2 car in red is the fastest. The 1 car in black that Sam was in was the slowest, but I'm not sure if they all started at the same time. Bolty yet to cross the start line. This is a curious race. And so again, this race is to even out the cars, find the dogs, find the rockets, and even it out as much as possible. Tommy, you've been playing out here. What have you noticed about the cars and the car disparity?
The big issue is when the cars just lose power. There's some dead spots in some of these cars, and that really is going to come into play because it's hard to outdrive these players on the cars now, but if your car dies,
Yeah.
What about you?
You know, I've noticed out here on court 1, I've only had a couple of games out here. I've noticed that that 0 car that Bolty was in was the fastest car on the court. Earlier today, they had a real dog in it, and so yesterday, the black cars had 2 of the fastest cars on the court and 3 cars that you had to muscle to move them anywhere. And the red cars were probably on average faster, but didn't have the fastest cars. Black cars, I also have noticed, are taller. The taller frames are the black cars, and the red cars are the lower body styles.
Yeah, that's strange. I've never had a tournament that way. Have you?
Never. I mean, in other tournaments, we have had 1 or 2 of the cars will be a taller body. 1 or 2 of the cars will be a lower body. It's a weird intermix, but it's never been like the black cars are the tall bodies, the red cars are the small ones. That's new to me.
So you've been playing a long time. Has Texas played in Unlimited ever?
Never, ever. So this is the historic, this is a big change, the Unlimited Tournament. Every now and then there's a change that happens. This is to determine who is the best team in WhirlyBall, who has the best team from the center, representing a center. And the individual centers get to pick who represents them in Unlimited. Previously, it has been only teams that have 1A were thought to have qualified for the Unlimited Tournament. Because the theory goes, if you can't win the A tournament, then you clearly don't have a chance when the other teams that bring multiple A teams put together their all-star team of 5, the best 5 that they can make from all of their teams. I also want to have a little interlude here. So Kyle Phillips has been for the last, I want to say 4 or 5 years, maybe longer, been the referee for the Unlimited game.
And I think that's a fantastic thing.
He and Aaron Ola, Chile, have volunteered to referee the Unlimited Tournament, and they do it consistently each and every year. This year, no exception. Kyle right now taking the opportunity to clarify any rules questions. Oftentimes they are ground rules of the court. What if a ball gets stuck in the ceiling? What if the scoreboard, because the buttons are sticky, or the wrong score? how to, if there are any special timeout rules or seatbelt rules or car disparity rules. He's probably also setting the tone as far as harassment tolerance will go, and making sure that there's clarity on how things are going to work.
He's mentioned to me earlier that he was going to go to both teams and say, I'm telling you once now, I'm making the call. If you question me and harass me, I'm hitting you because we all know it's a tough job of the ref.
It is, and the stakes are high. This is, from what I have heard, I've never participated in the Unlimited Tournament, but from what I've heard, it's described as this is the one that matters. This is playing for your center, for your team.
So the history of Unlimited goes back to a meeting in Chicago in 1993 when all the other centers, Michigan, Chicago, Virginia Beach, Florida, we got together in Chicago and we said to Seattle, we surrender, no one's close to beating you, we need to put some restrictions on your teams. And we didn't say it from, it's only Seattle, we said if your team wins, you can only have 3 returning players. And Tom Choquette asked, okay, look, we have to put these handicaps in place. Our A team is now only 3 players with 1A and 2 other people, and we lose, we'd like to have an opportunity to put our 5 best out there to play the winning team to show the reason we didn't win was because these restrictions were in place. We thought, great idea, a lot of fun, absolutely we'll do it at the end of the tournament. So we'll see the night at the end. Well, come to find out, how many years did it go on where nobody beat Seattle. And then finally, every year, they just started saying, we still want to play the game.
Yeah.
So I really think the Michigan teams being able to come up as fast as they did was based on getting their teeth kicked in on Sunday night by the Unlimited Seattle team.
Wow.
So, when you look at Texas, when you look at Cleveland, when you look at every other center, nobody's making that next jump. And I think it's because they're not getting this experience, which is invaluable.
That is a fascinating perspective, and I think some of the committee members who were pushing for a change, myself included, had that in mind as we talk about possible future changes of the more inclusive ladder-style tournament, that all teams could participate in a tournament. This year we had such a court time restriction that it was tough to get a full. Our seeding games are 8-minute halves, so how can you sneak in 2 30-minute, or 8 30-minute games? It became just a scheduling challenge. And so the compromise to be a little bit more inclusive and as you say, give that exposure to help teams develop. Hang on a second, Kyle. Kyle, anything that you want to share with WhirlyBall Nation, what you said to them, or any instructions that you provided to them?
Yeah, I just told them, first off, congratulate Texas on being an Unlimited, and that, my expectations are, a good, clean, safe game. I'm going to color to the best of my ability. And the big thing was, I wanted to lay the groundwork because, a lot of aggression can be pointed at the refs.
Sure. As
we've seen. So I said, starting here, this is your first and only warning.
Yeah.
Anything after this will be considered harassment.
Yeah.
So it's a 2-point penalty. So again, focus on the game, not what I'm doing, and this will be great.
Love it.
I loved it, and we're about to kick it off.
Beautiful. So Kyle, first of all, thank you for continuing to volunteer to Ref Unlimited. You've been doing it for a number of years now.
5 years?
Yeah. And setting the tone like that, setting expectations, I think that's a great practice.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, it's just that way they all know it's fair and even throughout the game, and, I'm, again, doing the best of my ability. So.
Right on.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Kyle.
Enjoy the commentation. Yeah, have fun with it.
Good luck out there. Thank you, sir. All right. So there you hear it. I mean, I am so grateful for our close-knit community to be able to grab folks off the court like that to come and talk to us, get it from the horse's mouth. You heard it from Kyle. Expectations are set as we get ready. Tommy, you were just finishing telling us about the origin of the Unlimited game. We were talking about a possible future where more teams could be included in a ladder-style tournament. So perhaps, ranking the centers, maybe it's by what division they're competing in. And so we'd start with Minnesota. Minnesota would play Chicago. The winner of that would play Cleveland. The winner of that would play Atlanta. The winner of that would play Texas. The winner of that would play Michigan. The winner of that would play Seattle based on last year's tournament. And at the end of this tournament, we would re-rank them and do it again. But it's an exciting possibility, and we'll see how it comes out.
I definitely like the idea of more people being able to compete in this. What's interesting is there used to be the ability to put in multiple teams from Seattle and multiple teams from Michigan. That started in the Seattle Nationals, and a lot of people were against that, but I will tell you, there you go. We have a correction here.
We have a correction.
Texas played in 3 unlimited.
We're getting information from Derek Scott that Texas has played in 4 unlimited tournaments from 2009 to 2012. I think, Tommy, that was part of what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Where nobody could beat Seattle, but they still wanted to play the game anyway.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there were more teams included. There have also been other changes to unlimited where Michigan had multiple teams and Seattle had multiple teams.
Well, what was interesting was the team, you didn't make it. You didn't get voted on the first team. And you played even harder in the second team because you were then playing the top team from the other team. So the second team from Michigan was playing the first team from Seattle, and the second team from Seattle was playing the first team from Michigan. 4 of the 5 current unlimited people were on the second team.
Wow.
So when you say this experience doesn't matter, Ben Heisel, Jeremy Bennett, Zach Johnner, Clint Fisher were not good enough to make the #1 team.
Yeah.
So when you think these games don't matter, they matter. They will improve your skill tenfold. All right, we're still in the warm-up stage here, waiting patiently.
I might jump on a little later, but this is good. Sonny's chair because I can operate the balloon over there. All right, but stay on. Okay, sounds good.
Today's Monday. I've been playing this is my 3rd day.
Okay.
Saturday was my first day in A, and then I had most of my A experience on Sunday. Oh my goodness, this tournament is messing with my head. Yeah, this is my first time.
Okay. The reason I was asking is what you've been playing B then before that, how many times?
Yeah, so B, my first year in B was 2019.
Okay.
So that would have been 19. We canceled in 20, then 21, 22, 23. Yeah, 4 years in B.
Okay. So the difference in competition and the actual game between B and A, how would you describe it?
A couple of things that I noticed. So when I started in B, I was very much do one thing at a time, focus 100% of your attention on that one thing. When I got to the more into B, toward like the last year, I was able to see a lot more, and so I was doing what I was doing, and then also calling out more and more directions for other folks. I was also trying to get a little bit more of the team strategy going, and then jumping up to A this year. It is everybody on my team knows more about WhirlyBall than I do, and so all of that, like being, having good vision and giving directions. That's like to be expected to get into the door. The individual one-on-one effort is far more extreme. Everybody's faster. Everyone's more capable. Everyone sees things faster than I do. And so I'm again task saturated and have to focus on an individual thing. And I let my more senior teammates tell me where I should be. Jeremy Bennett waves hello to the crowd. So to me, it's mostly a mental taxing thing. You know, I've always been 100% physical. I have the great privilege of practicing every week with folks like Joe Tiffany and Barrett Davis and James Gill. And so I think in those practices, Jordan Huffman as well. So, you know, in those practices, I see the level of skill and effort, but the speed of thought is just extraordinary.
And how long do you think until you're ready for the Unlimited?
For Unlimited?
Yeah.
You know, I think I might have to hire a hitman. The list of players, you know, especially when we talk about next year going back to Seattle.
Oh.
So we have 3 A-teams this year traveling in Chicago. Some names of folks that are not here in Chicago competing in Unlimited include the likes of Michael Wall, Brandon Chapman, Trevor Martin, Rich Moffitt. There's so many others that I'm forgetting, and I apologize. But there are almost a full team of Unlimited champions. You know, I'll tell you, also on this Unlimited team, the winningest person in Unlimited Cup history, who is James Gill, is not on the Seattle team, not playing in the tournament. So, I don't know, a couple of competing thoughts there, but there is a lot of talent that I would have to outlive before I get my chance.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, talking about going next year to Seattle. Seattle is by far the hardest place to win.
I think it's, from what I understand, it's the easiest place to win at.
So we all just need to move to Seattle.
So tell me, how long have you been in A?
I started, when I started, it was upper and lower. So
Upper and lower.
Yeah. That was back in 89.
89. And have you participated in the Unlimited tournament?
Oh yeah, since its inception.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it started with the Seattle folks being gracious. You know, there's a book in the works that we're trying to put together the history of WhirlyBall, and a lot of people don't know the full circle of how Seattle people came down to Pompano Beach, which is where I was working at the WhirlyBall then, teaching us how to play WhirlyBall. I then took that information when I went back to Michigan and started teaching people how to play WhirlyBall in Michigan. And next, couple of years, we were now going to Seattle to compete against the very people who taught me, who had taught them. So it was kind of full circle. It was funny. Tom Choquette coming down and doing a Goodwill ambassadorship. Yeah, so we started playing every Sunday night. They said, yeah, we want to play on Unlimited. Let's play the game. You know, you guys didn't win A. You didn't even close to winning A.
Wow.
We want to play. So,
right on. That's incredible backstory here. Oh, it looks like we're racing the cars again, so...
Okay, let's see. I'm going to put $10 on number 4.
I think, I'm hoping Bolte leaves the wall again this time. Snowy is almost there. Okay, and they're off. And we got 22 on the outside, 25 out of the middle. We got coming out on the wide side. 2 car, the 2 car, and the 22 car leading the race on the left side of the car. And the 22 car, and the 2 car on the left side. It looks like it's going to be... Oh, who's in the 2 car? I can't even see who it is.
It was Jeremy winning 22.
Well, Jeremy, there was a 2 car.
I didn't even see it.
Clint Fisher! Clint Fisher wins the Unlimited race. We'll see you next year, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we'll see if they want to swap the 2 car and the 22 car or not. I am curious the balance, because the cars will always be a little unbalanced, and yet there is an acceptable level of unbalance, and that's always difficult to find. It's always taxing on what the center is capable of doing, and we are spending precious court time preparing for it.
But it's necessary. I don't mind less games, less playing time to make sure when it comes to tournament time, and the same's going to hold true tomorrow when we're doing the D and the B, and obviously Wednesday we're doing the A and C. let's make sure the cars are a factor in why something went wrong.
Right. Yeah, again, because this is, at least in recent years, this is the one that matters, it seems.
Yeah.
This is the one that you are playing for your center, and for the first time, I'll call it in the modern era, in the recent history, perhaps is a better way to say it, Texas has not been included since. Hang on 1 second. Hey, Jacob, Troy, the microphone is picking you guys up, so can you shout that way? All right. Right, so it's the first time that Texas is being included in the modern era. Michigan lost last year, they won the year before. History kind of goes that Seattle and Michigan have been bouncing back and forth. You can see the last minute pep talks that Texas is doing. You can see the little strategy adjustments that Zach Johnner and Ben Heisel have swapped cars. Representing Michigan, the Michigan Unlimited team in the red cars. You have Sam Kim, Clint Fisher. Sam's in the 22 car, Clint Fisher in the 2. Ben Heisel in the 4 car. Zach Johnner in the 24. Jeremy Bennett in the 6.
That's amazing, you know everybody's first and last names. I don't, and they play for myself.
Yeah. And then for Texas, starting in the 21 car is Austin Carter. He's driving over to the 25 car with Brad Reading. In the center of the court there, big number 13, Ross. Working out to the 23 car. It's Chris Bolte. And then Steve Snowy Swanson, which is really nice to see an owner. Steve owns the Hearst Center, and it's really cool to see an owner out here playing in the biggest game. As we are underway, and the 2024 Unlimited Tournament begins with Jeremy launching a 3 that just misses, and see if Michigan can game already. Sweet shot, putting them up 4-0. Jeremy's going to get that ball. Look at Zach Johnner work that car. You know, Tommy, I'm curious. Top shooter, who is Chris Bolte. Brad Reading was a recent addition to this team already. Sweet shot, putting them up 4-0. Jeremy's going to get that ball. Look at Zach Johnner work that car. You know, Tommy, I'm curious. Top shooter, who is Chris Bolte. Brad Reading was a recent addition to this team. Until this morning, Mario was identified on the Unlimited team roster already. Sweet shot, putting them up 4-0. Jeremy's going to get that ball. Look at Zach Johnner work that car. You know, Tommy, I'm curious. Top shooter, who is Chris Bolte. Brad Reading was a recent addition to this team. Until this morning, Mario was identified on the Unlimited team roster. But due to a rolling screenshot from 3 welds out, which has been Ross's trademark, but I'm sure it's been there for longer than that. And if I were to guess, fatal. The Michigan.
You see Michigan love to play the 3-2.
3-2 is in 3 inside a wall, and then 2 preventing screenshots.
Yeah, they enjoy, whether it's Sam Driscoll and Jeremy, or Sam Johnner and Jeremy, or whoever it was, the 3 people playing up, and then leaving their 2 best defenders back, and then waiting for that person to creep up. Remember, Mike Arkell started playing defense as the 4th guy back, and then started rolling up and taking that last quick shot.
Sam's got to get out of the key there, and it looks like he does, like a pro. Was that Ross that got Clint?
Oh, yes.
Trying to fix it. I don't think none of that adrenaline level stuff in expect. You know, you wouldn't be surprised if somebody bricks a layup that they would make just because of how meaningful it is, as Michigan is threatening a really high wall here. And they're after the pick. Bolte lining up a three. Jeremy leaking out to get it. Sammy coming back to pick up Brad. Looks like Ross is going to get a screenshot over Snowy if he wants it. Trying to find an open body position, and he takes it. Ooh.
It's a Miami pass.
You know, I think these centers, until very recently, both drove in clutch cars. And so you can see the driving and keeping the momentum moving and circling as Carter hits a nice long two. The individual techniques of driving look pretty similar to me. So,
It's unfortunate.
yeah. Snowy unable to handle the pass. He's with his nose on the end wall. And here comes Sam. Texas in a bit of a 2-2. My goodness. So,
Half 50% more.
yeah.
Now, I'm not taking anything away from the defense, but
Sure.
let's face it, these are some open screens and open looks.
Yeah.
Right here. There you go. See what I mean? There you go.
That's probably worth shouting out the new laser system, developed and implemented by Mr. Dan Doherty. As you've been playing, have you? What are your impressions of the laser detection system?
It's neat. It's a cool idea. You know, anything that brings something to the game that makes it better, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I know it was a big change that some people were nervous about, but it's been, you know, we're not talking about it because everyone's just relying on it. As Ben Heisel gets up and blocks a screen shot.
He's a monster.
Yeah,
Doesn't want to play
Bolte
shot.
ties it up with almost 2 minutes left to go in the first half. It's just perfect positioning on those screenshots.
No doubt. I won't be surprised if Ben Heisel rolls up and takes a shot sometime in tonight's episode. He has really been trying to become able to make a shot.
Perception. Something else interesting going on is, as we have been playing seeding games in A, all of these gentlemen have been, wow, inches as Brad doesn't like it. Seatbelt was on too tight. When the ball is on the ground like that, you can get out of the car.
Correct.
So he was only restricted by his seatbelt.
Safety first.
That's right. And he takes it
makes
out on that shot. Oh yeah, what I was saying before, in the final minute as we're tied, we'll see how this ends. Someone's going to get the last shot, and that might be the difference in this half as Ross gets big. And gets Sam Kim. 45 seconds left. Texas has a 2-0 for 1. If they take this shot right now, they'd be able to get 2. Now it's no longer guaranteed they'll get another possession. So they're giving Michigan the last shot of the half. What a clutch shot.
Which right there shows you that was the right move.
Yep.
Don't rush the shot, get the right shot.
Yep.
Get the 2.
You can see clearly freeing up Jeremy. Ten seconds. 5. Wow, from way back from 6 welds. And a juke move on Bolte. Ross just misses. God, what is that? 7-8 welder? My goodness.
Texas has to be happy with that first half.
To be up by 2 at halftime. That it's good to see the Texas team playing with a fair amount of patience. You know, they've got a well-balanced roles on the court, but I think they are all making moves for extenders. Oh, it's water. No, it's water. So this is the water break rule.
Do they know there's a second
what's happening.
half?
Yeah. So the water break rule is there's no water allowed on this floor by the local Chicago management. No water's allowed on the floor. And so instead of being able to bring folks out with water as is usual during timeouts and half times, any water breaks have to be enjoyed at the doorway off the court. And so that's where the 4 Texas guys just went to cool off. One of the things that I was trying to say in the last couple of minutes of the first half was that the internal clock gets calibrated to the duration of the seeding games. And when you play 8-minute halves, a 15-minute half feels like a really long time.
That's a great point.
Yeah, what are your takeaways from the first half, Tommy?
I liked everybody's shot selection. You didn't see anybody, especially all the kudos to the Texas team. I mean, obviously I got to root for Michigan; they're my boys. But all kudos going to Texas for taking this game serious, not just laying down, not just trying to do something that they're not used to. They're playing a good, smart, strong game.
Yep.
They know that the Michigan boys have some shooters. They do as well. And,
yep.
It'd be interesting to see if this comes down to the final minutes of the second half with a 2-point difference. I'd really like to see how Texas handles it.
Yeah. And it's worth being said. You know, one thing that I have enjoyed watching in Texas, so a little bit of film watching that I've done, it does seem like they are rotating a lot more. They're not sticking to their, original assigned positions as much, and I think that really helps. As folks like Bolte get a lot of additional defensive attention, that opens up other people, and other people have been going into the rotation. And just like you've said, their shot selection has been really good, and I think that shot selection is good partly because of that rotation. As John are able to pick up sort of a dropped ball that floated away. Ooh. So defense isn't quite set when possession turned, but they were able to fix it. And Jeremy batted that ball away from Carter up in the middle. Red able to recover it. Sammy in a wedge position and is able to intercept the pass. That's 2 turnovers back-to-back by Texas to start the second half. Ooh.
I like that aggressive shot by John.
Same.
Nothing's worse than somebody who's timid and afraid to shoot, and sometimes you just shoot the rock.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had it, he felt it. And how many times have we seen him make that shot?
Yeah.
Johnner in the backboard, or in the key.
Now that I did not like.
Yeah. Forcing that shot. The other thing that you might have liked to have seen is a soft lob shot. I mean, you got to put the ball up, so you do what you do. But if there was a soft lob shot, Johnner could have fought for it. In Unlimited, what I have always to make something happen for them. Score remains 14-12 as with 3 minutes into the second half and not a point scored. Can get some juice from. They can get some. Talk about the secret sauce for scoring points, right? It's the mechanics that you work on for hours and hours and years. It's the shot selection that you practice over and over, and then it's the confidence. And those 3 elements, these guys have the mechanics, these guys have the shot selection, and so just getting that energy can be the difference. Against an oppressive defense, it should be said. Against an unlimited level defense. Sam drawn away. Oh, Ross is a big boy.
Now that I also like. I think Johnner was
So much defensive attention here. Sam starting to get him started. Oh, they left Bolte open.
Oh,
Fortuitous. Fortuitous for Michigan. Okay. Starting to feel it.
maybe.
Bolte's got him going for Texas. And it's worth being said that Michigan has retaken the lead for the first time
But
since halftime.
look at what Texas is doing now. They're starting to throw away passes.
Yeah. Ooh.
Nice.
All right. Well, that'll take 5 seconds off of that first possession clock as Ross shoves that pass from Jeremy into the back. Ross for blocking a pass. Johnner finds a bounce pass away from those long arms. Ross tries to put Sam off, who is now officially on fire per NBA Jam rules. And we'll see if Kyle calls. I think he called something.
It's 2018.
Okay, so maybe it was just 5 seconds into tears.
Yeah.
In three-point range, but it was just a ruse. Bolte checks the wedge, checks the defense.
Wow. How about that one?
You love it. And he waited just in time for Carter to get back into defensive position before taking it. Oh.
Johnner.
Man, speaking of getting tight, I'm getting tight. This game is exciting. What a great game.
Wow.
As
how
Carter
about
puts
that?
them up by the biggest lead they've had this game.
Oh, and Sam Kim with a little bit too much on that one for Johnner to get the rebound.
Yeah, it went 3 in a row both ways. 3 in a row in and 3 in a row out right now.
Guy been waiting.
Okay, a little numbers disadvantage here.
What a great pass. What a great pass.
We got a trap at midcourt. Bolte and Snowy have Sammy. Clint tries to free him. Sam says, go take it. Great attention play to Jeremy. Looks like he, the wrist turn didn't look like a normal Jeremy shot. And looks like they're slowing it down a little bit, trying to find the right shot, trying to play with discipline, looking great, up by 6 with 4 minutes to go. There's a lot of WhirlyBall left.
Back to Jeremy, back to Zach, and there you go.
And then okay, 2-2 box defense here. Michigan very comfortable with that. Sammy getting in the face of Carter. So we haven't talked about the mechanics of this tournament. Bolte threatens a shot. Clint sends an actual one away. So this is a double elimination tournament that is seeded 1, 2, and 3. Seattle 1, Michigan 2, Texas 3. So the winner of this game will play Seattle. And the loser of that game will play the loser of this game.
5 seconds, what do you change?
Man, it's a good question. You need points. You need points. I might have some double floating. Have an outside wedge. I might have something. You got to shift the balance. As long as you're taking, Bolte is the scary screenshot. Brad Reading has been putting up a lot of points. Ross is, they're all shooting. Wedge. or an outside wedge, or a double float. But a double float's a little scary to me against, it's giving Bolte an open screen shot against you.
I'd like to see Ben stay back.
Yep.
And Clint roll up to cover just Bolte,
Yep.
and then have the double float.
Yeah.
Put the pressure on them to stop them from scoring.
Yeah.
Just make sure Bolte doesn't beat you.
Yeah.
I'm not taking anything away from the other Texas guys.
Absolutely.
It's like covering Sam.
That's
Hey, man,
right.
Make sure Sam doesn't beat you.
That's right.
But you do got to cover Jeremy, and you do got to cover Zach. And
That's right.
Clint Fisher.
And you do. And you do. Yeah, I like that. I like that better than Sam dogging Bolte, because it's taken Sam out of it. And when he does get the ball on offense, he is, you can see him worried about where Sammy is, or where Bolte is, and not getting into that rhythm offensively.
A lot of people underestimate the mental game of Whirly.
Two shots. You only need. And there's a 3-2. Carter's going to have a gap shot. Oh, Clint able to find it. And here's Sammy. Look.
Something happens, and all of a sudden you're beating up yourself.
Yeah, right. You got to have a short memory and just move forward.
Yep.
So let me ask you this, Tommy. If you're Texas, what are you prepared for? What are you going to change?
I'd clamp down on D.
Yeah.
Do not let them get hot.
So do you pull back your floater and do a five-man defense?
I would.
Key.
Yeah, Snowy's keeping 2 men back, which I think is a mistake.
He's doing a great job.
He is. I mean, a mistake on Michigan.
Yeah.
What are you keeping 2 people back for on someone who's obviously going to set a great screen?
Yeah. Yeah, Texas does not need to score to win this game.
Correct. Pressure. Let the Michigan folks feel the pressure.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that's a great double float. Double float.
Somebody said, boy, I wonder what would happen if they're
Centering himself. Washing off the importance of the moment. Oh! Maybe that first half, the end of that first half is going to mean something here.
Oh, boy.
All right, Michigan's going to get 2.
Being up here in the booth with you, I'm going to let someone else sit in for this. I'm going to go talk to some boys down there, and thank you.
Take care of them,
All
wish
right.
them well. We'll see them back out here.
All righty.
In this double elimination tournament, this means that we are going to see Texas versus the reigning champion Seattle. In Seattle's first game, Texas is going to come out hot, and Seattle is yet to play a game. Michigan is going to have to figure some things out, as I am joined in the unlimited. Bolte in the moment, taking that breath, centering himself, directing traffic, setting it up, and just clearing the mechanism before hitting a dagger to ice the game. As we are setting up here for an interstitial interlude of D seeding games, they're not going to be 15 minutes. They're not going to be 15-minute halves.
All right, somebody's going to need to walk over and correct the fact it's not 15-minute halves for these D seeding games. Yes,
So the Chili's out there, he's going to fix it. But, so this is a D seeding game. This is Michigan versus Cleveland. No, I'm sorry, this isn't Cleveland, this is Chicago. This is Chicago versus Michigan. I believe this is Detroit Demolition and the Chicago, one of the 3 Chicago D teams. And so this game...
that's going to be the Headhunters.
The Headhunters. So I'm excited that this the tournament has been scheduled in such a way to allow Whirly Nation, who is here to watch the Unlimited Tournament, get to enjoy our newest members of the competitive WhirlyBall community. These D players have never played before. We haven't seen them before. Anything can happen in D games. Caleb Fisher puts that one over the backboard, able to pick it back up. My goodness.
I mean, Noah, I don't know about you, but it seems to have gotten a lot quieter around the ref booth, or the commentator booth, as the Unlimited game ended.
Yes, people have cleared out a little bit, but we are excited to continue to broadcast these D games. That's just so you can see how good Olympians are. I think for the keen observer, you may notice the passing, the catching, the shooting, the driving, the level of difference between our D competitors who are freshest and newest to our sport, and our Unlimited competitors who are the most senior, the most celebrated members of the sport.
Right. I don't necessarily like to use the term drop off. It almost sounds a little bit negative, but there is definitely a bit of skill differential. Let's just call it that.
I agree with you. Yeah, no, it's because they put the time and the work in, right? Nobody, like Tommy was saying, everybody on that Unlimited Michigan team, some of those guys have been playing Unlimited for 10, 15 years or longer. You know, on the Texas team, everybody in Texas has been playing A for a number of years. You know, the newest members are probably Brad and Bolte, who have established themselves as quality A players, leaders in the Texas WhirlyBall community. Ross and Carter have been playing A for, it just takes an incredibly long time. You know, for me, it was about a 10-year journey. And I have all the privileges and fortunes of coming from a center with a large infrastructure and the ability to practice against other top players. And I feel very lucky that the timing worked out. And it still took 10 years. I know for others it can take 20 years, others it never happens. And I, like we were talking about with Tommy, it will,
you know, well, and to your point, that some people just advance faster than the others, you know. It's definitely, there's that innate skill, and then there's that learned skill.
Yep, well said. And
for me, I'm having to do a lot more learning than I have innate. I've been on this journey a little bit longer than you have.
Yep.
And I'm still trying to get to that A threshold myself. But let me tell you, I have definitely learned a lot the past, ever since I started playing in B. I thought I knew it all, but before then. But when I got to B, I mean, I learned even more.
It's a whole new thing.
Yeah, it's a whole new thing. And even today, just watching that Unlimited game, I was learning something. I learned something a little bit about how Texas plays their top level whirly ball.
Yep.
Which certainly paid dividends for them.
Defender got injured. He's a little hurt. Hopefully he heals quickly. But in the meantime,
and we do apologize in advance. I believe we neglected to say the team name, Hard Sell.
It's not Hard Sell.
It's not Hard Sell?
Detroit Demolition.
Oh, did they? Okay, I'm sorry. It's listed as Hard Sell. So
Brad Batania wants me to say something cool.
I mean, way to be put him on the spot, Brad.
No, I think he literally just wanted me to say the word something cool.
Oh.
Mission accomplished.
Okay, well, I mean, make sure you get the copyrights to that.
Yeah.
You know, if he's going to use that in some line or something.
And just in case that wasn't cool enough, one of the coolest things I can say is Mark Money Mills.
Where is that guy?
Where is Mark Money Mills?
Love that guy. Listen.
Speaking of cool things to say.
That perspiration of happiness. As we have a beautiful shot there. Chicago currently up 8-5 with 2:10 left to go in this first half. I don't know if the clock got reset.
It did.
Okay.
At some point, the minutes. Oh, we got a little scoop crushing.
Yeah, see, that's something that oh my goodness. Going for a 4-man wall high. Let's see if they get it done.
Wow.
You don't see a lot of D teams doing that. That is impressive.
And that is, and you know, if anyone on D is going to do it, it's going to be the home team center. Familiar with driving these cars. The floater went in the key and got himself trapped, surrounded by scoops, and a full court laser beam somehow threaded the needle. My gosh.
I mean, Noah, I've said it once and I'll say it again. As entertaining as Unlimited is, D is just as entertaining in the sense that you see things that you normally don't see as players that have been playing as long as we have. I mean, we used to do those, but
it is. You know, it's like why sometimes. I used to watch baseball for a long time. I still love baseball. But watching the majors, you can predict from the bat crack what's going to happen in the entire play. And with great certainty and regularity, it happens. In the minor leagues, who the hell knows what's going to happen? In D, anything can happen.
Right, and it's even more entertaining when it actually pans out when it shouldn't.
And the negative reinforcement as a coach is infuriating. When it's like, no, you shouldn't drive into the key, surround yourself with 3 scoops, force the gentleman from, you know, long way away to send you a laser beam so you can get a layup. Well, but coach, it worked.
It's like, it doesn't make it right. It does not make it right. But, you know, again, that's one of those learned skill sets that it takes some time.
Yeah, so Ross, not looking comfortable crossbody. Got a great shot, but I think he's got to be open to do it. Yeah, crossbody's not looking great.
Yeah, he's 0 for 2 on the crossbody there.
Playing with a little.
Grab it all the way in.
Oh no! Anything can happen in a D game.
Including missed layups. My goodness.
Back to back.
Tries to set a pick for his teammate.
Oh, nice. Beth on the inside, and I think that's Noah on the outside. Noah able to somehow redirect that. Oh, man, there was the screen. It was so good. And there's the gap. Maybe that's better.
Oh, look at that. Man. A beautiful outside shot there. Chicago still up 12-9 with 7.5 to go in the second half of seeding here. Oh, and it hits Beth right on top of the head there. A little errant pass. Ross telling his team to settle down just a little bit.
You know, something interesting is this D game is going to happen with the most even cars that they will ever have in any D experience. Because it happens to be after the cars have been even for the Unlimited team.
I mean, should we uneven them out once the tournament that game is out to make all well in the universe?
You know, I think some might say exactly the opposite. Card even for all of the games, but the Unlimited tournament.
I mean, that would just be asinine. I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
It is. It's a crazy.
It's a ridiculous idea.
Oh, we got a bump. Good bump, well executed bump. Ross pointing out where the shot is, and yet still driving into the corner. They let him out.
Oh, he loses his hat. I don't know if that's going to affect his game poorly, or it might like step it up. Who knows? I don't know about you, Noah, but I don't do well with a hat on WhirlyBall.
Steve, I sweat. I sweat hard. I sweat a lot. I want you to think of water faucets. And so a hat, I don't have the thermal margin for fashion.
No.
We didn't play great, but also we didn't play great because Texas
Because
put us
Texas.
out because Texas.
Right.
Yeah, they took us out of our positions we wanted to be in. They did fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a straight up win by them. It's not a loss by us. Sure, we lost, but
Sure.
they won it more than we lost it, is what it feels like to me.
one of the observations that we had was, the difference in that game, because it was tied almost the entire game, with the exception of at the very end of the first half, the clock management worked out where Texas was able to score the last shot, and they went into the half. And it seemed like it happened again at the end of the game to be up by 4.
Yeah, they went on a little run. We were, I don't know if we tied it in the second half. We were within at least a bucket. I think it was behind me. I didn't see who scored, but they went on at least a 4-0 or a 6-0 kind of back-breaking run.
Yeah.
That when we were trying to chip away, and then Snowy got in for a couple layups that are just back-breakers. It's fantastic. He drove great. 2 of them left. It's not going to look great.
That is curious. Also at the beginning of the second half, coming off of that 5-person wall that starts halftime, it took a full 3 minutes for any score to happen for either team.
Interesting. Okay.
And so again, after the timeout, it seemed like
Same thing. Exactly. We wanted to take 3 right out of the timeout. That 4-point game.
Yeah. Sorry, Steve, did you have something urgent?
Yeah, I was just curious, Jeremy, was there anything in particular that Texas was doing that you didn't anticipate, you may have found frustrating, or were they just playing really sound and they were just, what are your thoughts on their performance?
No surprise that they're tall, so their height obviously got to us. We just got to back up. We didn't shoot our best, but they defended really well. We went into it, plan A, game plan, double float on Bolte. Even if it's 2-on-2, we're not going to let Bolte beat us. Hand the ball to Brad, hand the ball to Snowy, prove it. Prove you can beat us, and they did. I don't know, I didn't keep stats. I assume Brad carried the load of the scoring for them. It sure sounded like it.
So on that run, Brad was a part of that run that put him up. And then, of course, Bolte hit the dagger.
Dagger at the end, yep. Yep, and he does a nice nail in the coffin for them. Yeah. But no, honestly, our plan was to try to bottle up Bolte, and it felt like we did a good job, less that very last shot of the game. For the 29 minutes and 15 seconds, I feel like we did a good job on Bolte, and they took advantage of it and made the shots we gave them.
A number of comments from people saying it was unusual to see, or even had what seemingly defensive players going up, but it seemed that they did get the job done. So, while you guys were doing your plan, they were able to persevere, like you were saying. Thing of beauty on their part.
What a great team. The offense that Snowy has developed over the last couple of years, and a guy like Brad Reading and the confidence he has, it's their first time in Unlimited with their true squad that they wanted, and we put the pressure on them, all right, Brad and Snowy, go beat us. They made the shots. That's a different. Yeah.
Any thoughts going into next year? Any?
In the next hour, we're still alive. We got a late night ahead.
So
we're
let me
alive.
let me ask you this. So you guys will play whoever loses the next game. The next game is going to be Texas-Seattle.
Correct.
Who would you like to see in your next game, which will be the elimination game of the double elimination tournament?
Texas.
Yeah.
I want revenge. Yeah. How could we not? Coming off that game, immediately the clarity you get when you step off.
So something I'm curious about as we're coming to the end of this actually very exciting D game that we're talking about.
Sorry to talk over it.
No, it's great.
The people want to know.
The people want to know. Something that is new to us this year for a couple of reasons. One, because of this great live stream that Gus, the Whirly Freak himself, has set up. We have that game streamed and available to rewatch, and because Texas is now going to go play Seattle, it gives the opportunity to rewatch the game. Is that something that you think you or someone on your team may do to try and pick out very specific things, or you had the good enough view, you saw it, you can?
Between now and then, no, we're not going to watch. We can reflect enough and just talk as a team. So no, we won't watch it between now and then. Appreciate that. I got a video from my wife sitting on the couch with the dog watching the live stream. So I got family watching too, which is fun. Sucks.
And possibly myself. We'll see who else maybe we can get up here.
Steve, I have to interrupt. The Detroit Demolition D team has a chance to win this game, unless we're still in the first half.
No, I believe this is the second half. Oh my goodness! Ties it up.
Oh, Beth with the big defense. It's going to be a tie. Way to pull out the tie. You can see Jason, who hit that game-tying shot against what has been described as one of the favorites in D.
That was a nice 1-2 offense-defensive punch by the red team there.
Yeah, well, this also reaches Sully if you'd like. Okay. Yeah. Okay, stand by, everybody. We'll be with you shortly. If you want to scout this, like, get prepared yourself. Okay.
If you have me, I'm all about it.
This is going to be the first one. This has got 100. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we are joined on the mic. Let me start getting us going here. All right, so, Mr. Jeremy Bennett, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you as we get the headsets. And Sully, can you hear me?
Holla if you hear me. Yeah, I can hear you, Noah. What is up, my friend?
Excellent. My good, I am so excited. The opportunity we have here to commentate with you gentlemen, this is very exciting. Steve and Mark are enjoying this game elsewhere. Miss those guys, but we are getting ready. As you know, maybe your thoughts on Seattle is coming in cold. They haven't played a game. Texas just won the first unlimited game that they've played in the modern era. Any thoughts on how that adrenaline and those juices and the energy that Texas is coming in with will affect the first few minutes of play?
Totally all you.
Well, I just talked to Brad Reading right after he left the court as he
amped from the win.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the viewers probably got some good streaming because there was an exciting D game right before the first game. Very well, close game from what I saw. And to readjust to a different style of plays, set of players, it's going to be a learning period just in probably the first half, an adjustment
From the win.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the viewers probably got some good streaming because there was an exciting D game right before the first game. Very well, close game from what I saw. And to readjust to a different style of plays, set of players, it's going to be a learning period just in probably the first half, an adjustment period, I should say.
Amped from the win.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the viewers probably got some good streaming because there was an exciting D game right before the first game. Very well, close game from what I saw. And to readjust to a different style of plays, set of players, it's going to be a learning period just in probably the first half, an adjustment period, I should say. Shot from the Michigan team that Noah picked to Pokemon Go to the finals, and I won't let you forget that. So kind of poor clock management on the other team's behalf, but Michigan took advantage and got that tie out of it. But yes, I agree, Jeremy. The break in between was definitely beneficial for these Texas guys to settle those nerves, get that adrenaline out of the system, and just recollect thoughts as they enter their next game.
You know, it's interesting to me, the motivations. You know, you mentioned the ambition might be gone. The motivation for Texas, as you said, Jeremy, the credibility is now there. So it's no longer we have to prove that we belong. I wonder if as they turn that page, now they can taste like unlimited finals, unlimited championship is in the air. Does that become different? Does that become more real? Does that change the chip on the shoulder as they play this game?
Does that ramp up the nerves now that you're in the first game of the championship part of the bracket, or does that is there a sense of, hey, we belong here, let's chill, play our game, and take advantage of this opportunity because they know they belong?
Yeah, I have thought of Texas, and I don't know that it's true anymore, but I have thought of them as an emotional team because they, when they start rolling, when that dam breaks, they roll. But almost similarly, if it goes cold and the frustration happens, they could spiral. But I thought that they played that last one so even, so controlled competently. Really
Game 5.
Fair with a great 3 to start the game.
Away again. Texas attacking with nuggets. That ball discipline, patience when necessary.
Yeah, I like to think we took them out of their plan A of Bolte just being this unwin scorer, and they adjusted and weren't overly emotional about it. And before we get fired up, I want to say, like, I'm super, super excited to see the Seattle team because this is the same 5 that won last year.
Right.
And to truly have an opportunity to defend in limited with the Seattle team is difficult because you guys have your voting process. Michigan's a little more, if you won, you're likely going to defend. Seattle's different, so this is exciting to see them defending.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell like what kind of their voting process and how they all got back on the island.
Seeding game I think we'll ever see.
That's truly what.
Is Joe able to scoop that ball off the ground?
Jeremy, I appreciate you looking out for the D guys.
Always.
3-on-2 for
the children
Seattle.
are the future. Nice 3-on-2 with Seattle here. Brad walking in.
Quick
Shot.
pass, quick pass, quick pass. 3-on-2, advantage taken.
And you see that energy. Seattle also plays emotionally, I will say, and when they get hot, we saw it last year. Get that positive energy flowing. Bolte unable to break that positive energy flow. Seattle up 5-0 right now.
Now, I must say, 5-0 is nothing to this Texas team. They can score in bunches, just like all these unlimited teams can score in bunches. So
they can go fast.
Absolutely, and long 15-minute halves. So maybe an adjustment period, or maybe they just need to get hot again, just like from the last game.
I talked to Jordan about this. He's really good about calling the clock. He's yelling at him right now, telling him how much time. Joe with a great shot. Long 2.
The cross body 2 on the move as he's back in the center goalie position.
Yeah, Joe Tiffany's turning to a different beast as Unlimited starts, hitting his first 2 shots and has a key block early as well, affecting both sides of the ball.
Bolte open.
Fantastic defender.
Yes.
Oh, once again, back-to-back jacks. Now, Jeremy, what was your slight adjustment to, you mentioned it earlier, saying let's not let Bolte shoot everything and become that key offensive player that he is. What kind of adjustment did you guys make, and what was Texas's plan B?
With plan B, I think they executed flawlessly because Brad Reading being a last-minute add to the team. But anytime we saw Bolte back at defense, we defense against Bolte on the offensive end.
That's a big sign of respect.
And we can just Joe and
Speaking of which.
Eric wide open on the outside, maybe a 3-2 here. Oh, man. Down to Eric.
2-on-1. Great pass.
Brad really is a fantastic, in the key driver. He's he does a good job keeping his car moving.
Very comfortable
in there. He has a strong shot. He does a very good job in there with the trees.
Very comfortable.
It is nice seeing Brad Peters get super intense. On his A team, Sugar, Spice, and Everything Nice, he represents the Everything Nice.
I had a brief conversation with you about that yesterday as Brad on the offensive side for Texas, but on the Seattle side, everyone's putting the ball in the bucket. How do you adjust to a team like this?
That's the difficult part for us. They did a good job bottling up our shooters, but here in Seattle, they're really going to be seeing Jordan will go up the court when it's right as well, but they're really going to see 4 guys coming full speed up the court every time.
As the ball, a rare turnover, sails to Jordan. Oh my goodness.
And that ball movement right there from Seattle was from where Eric was sitting.
Yes.
Brad had to pay attention to win the wedge, even though he knew Joe was on.
Oh, their guys extremely well. Even though Jordan Davis is one of the primary defenders, like Jeremy said, he will come up and bang a shot. So you can't hold down everybody. Great shot underneath.
That was a nice one-on-one matchup right there. Jordan being a marquee premier defender and Bolte being a premier scorer. This is going to be fun to watch. If Seattle chooses to stay in this high wall, Jordan on an island, this is going to be fun to watch.
The unstoppable force versus the immovable object, as it were.
And just
get out that car, but it's not high enough.
And just one clarification: Jordan Huffman.
I sincerely apologize. I mixed the 2 guys up.
All good. And Joe, and you see here, so that is the game breaker for Seattle. If you can get a one-on-one floater. Oh, my. Barrett.
18-16. Barrett answers right back.
Back to back.
Can you believe it?
3-point game all of a sudden.
And Joe Tiffany, being the consummate professional that he is, comes back and says, we got to stop this immediately.
Yep. Just left.
Right, the laser. Going to look for other options in the outlet. Brad Reading coming across the edge.
And Jordan figuring out the angles there to help.
There it is. Very, very patient play displayed by that Texas team as they crawl back to 2.
Snowy's struggling that one car.
Yeah, Snowy normally one of their good shooters as Joe Tiffany connects with another one.
Joe with a full head of steam going towards the basket is
Beautiful.
the hardest player in WhirlyBall this time.
Beautiful high shot. He rolls it right to the top of that scoop, and it's damn near impossible to block, just like you were saying.
Bolty in a high post, elbow, tough shot.
I'm
Yelling at Snowy to get out of here and get back on defense, but we got the 2-on-1 dump off. Easy money.
Seattle up by 6 with 3 minutes to go. As Bolte might be open there. Barrett's left-handed. Nice wall. Okay, time to collect. Texas gets to make a plan.
Joe thinking about offense, leaning a little bit. Nice shot.
Hey,
Wow.
speaking of offense, there's a connection. Back-to-back jacks for Brad
Jordan
Reading.
staying inside, releasing Eric to go for the ball.
Reading. That's 3 in a row. Do you go for one more?
And Eric's going to get
Snowy
a
is in an absolute dog. He has been no effect on this game
He's
as he
working
is
hard.
struggling.
Loves that fadeaway. He's really good.
That high shot is almost impossible to defend. Once again, back within 2.
See Joe slowing it down, directing traffic a little bit.
Jordan's seen an opportunity pushing up the court here. Pushing
Yeah.
the defense that much lower gets Joe the shot.
Yep.
It's the bit high off the rim.
And Barrett able to help deflect that high, or at least just push it by the threat of his height.
Is it because he was left-handed?
That helps. Because there's one thing you gotta know.
Under a minute to go.
Hi. Got a 2-for-1 opportunity
references.
here. for-
Deep try. Was he over the line? No. That's all right. It didn't connect. Maybe another 2-for-1 opportunity here for Texas.
It's slowly eking away, and they didn't take those at the. Oh, yeah. Barrett a little bit more successful than Jordan is back there, but it does take Barrett out of the offense.
Texas got that rebound, so this is going to be likely Texas's last possession of the half.
Pump fake shot. No good.
Outs there towards the end of the first. I think the reason
Requires a change. You saw Barrett was the effective one that came back there. You know, Bolte scored on Joe once or twice. Jordan's was able to slow him down after a little bit. Then Barrett had to go back there. Now, in the second half, again, the black cars are a little bit taller. The black cars are taller even though the speed is equalized. And so I'm curious if the black cars being taller now, if Jordan is more able to stop that unassisted.
you would think so. Likely, I didn't see what car Jordan got in. I can't remember, but likely it's a taller one just to set him up for success.
Right.
It can only help.
Yeah, it can only help. It can only help.
Because Seattle would love to leave him on an island and run their 4-man offense and rotate.
Yep.
Plan A, I'm sure, is still Jordan one-on-one at goal.
Yeah. Right.
Now, Jeremy, I'm going to continue to ask you a lot of questions as it comes to Unlimited because you have a wealth of experience when it comes to situations like this. Let's say you're in Texas's shoes and you're down by 2. Are there any adjustments you would say to your team to make? Is there a key player you're looking out for? Is there a way you're going to run your system just a little bit different to try and actually tie this game? Because as close as the score is, they haven't had a lead, nor has it been tied after 0-0 because they were in the hole 5 or 7-0 early. So you're in this halftime huddle. What are you going to say to your team if you're in their particular position?
I think it's a little bit of house money.
Yeah. Right.
Let's push it here. Guys, let's see.
We're not supposed to be here.
Seattle's playing well. We cashed in an opportunity this year to get into Unlimited. We already cashed in the next opportunity to beat Michigan. They're not going to rest on their laurels of, hey, guys, remember when we made it that one time? No, they want to win, but it's also house money. Let's lighten up and maybe push the pace. Maybe you see Brad and Bolte in a double cherry pick at some point to spread the floor out. Maybe get a little wacky. But also, they're in a 2-point game. What they're doing is just a couple bucket difference from having a lead.
Keep going. You know, one of the things I did want to point out that we just saw at halftime there was Christy Schmidt running out to talk to Seattle. It's part of the embarrassment of riches that I'm beginning to recognize Seattle has, where Hall of Famer Christy Schmidt can run out there and give sage wisdom with good personal relationships with these guys. They all respect the hell out of her and the words that she has to speak. So getting an outside perspective like that from someone who has been here, who's played Unlimited, is something that, you know, clearly Texas, this is the first, I'm going to say, modern era team to play. They don't really have the folks looking out for them like that as they're building up.
But I tell you what, you can do both.
These teams are super versatile. Yeah, we're seeing it with Seattle. We're seeing it with Texas, who's stepping up and playing different parts of the court.
Without question.
Yeah.
And there he is again, red hot.
And the game is tied, I think, for the first time since 0-0.
Correct.
Already hit that 3 to start the game, and that was really it. Yeah. And then Texas comes all the way back, ties it. It's a older ball game.
And like I mentioned before, 5 to 7 points is nothing to these experienced guys out on the court. So even a 6-point lead is never safe on the court. Big time awareness there.
Ross at wedge is a menace for how long his arms are.
Yeah. You know what, Jeremy? He's a menace everywhere. Just be honest. Cherry, goalie, wedge. He's a
Joe trying to direct traffic to set up the offense. Unbelievable.
Texas has 3 underneath their wall. Snowy has moved to wedge. Bolt has moved to cherry. Maybe that's an adjustment. Maybe it's just
maybe it's a car that actually moves and Snowy doesn't have to work as hard.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is also possible that this was the plan.
Great shot. We got a problem.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh!
Tough angle. Key is going to turn off in time.
Joe Tiffany looking for a slash. And he will not get it. But again, Kyle, a solid referee. If there was no slash, there was no slash.
The laser doesn't lie.
And the laser does not lie.
Joe getting a scoop over the top as he was trying to throw up a high shot.
Once again, 2-point advantage, and Texas still looking for their first lead.
You can see him sending a double wedge over Bolte, similar to how Michigan was playing it. Let somebody else beat you. That was a long shot for Brad.
Correct. Now we see the micro adjustment here from Seattle as Eric LaPlante is in the dog. So he has moved to Cherry and has not made his way up court the entire game. He just can't move as well as any other of the cars on the court. So again, micro adjustment by
just on Bolte. Joe sneak.
And we'll see how that factors in.
And so here they've got a bit of a goalie isolation. They're going to give up on it to wedge Bolte.
Ross once again a danger wherever he goes and whatever position he plays. Kicks it back out to Brad Reading here. A little fumblerooski. They're looking for a handball call, and I don't think they're going to get it.
I don't think anyone was looking for that. I think they were spectators.
A little broken offense there from Texas. Couldn't get too far off the court.
Brad.
No! Yeah.
Nice pass.
And the emotion overflowing from Barrett as he connects with the bunny to put him up by 6.
Up by 6.
Now, Jeremy, do they have a time where you say it's time to call a timeout and kind of readjust your thoughts? Is there a significant portion of maybe a lead that you see where you can go, hey, we need to readjust some things to get back in our stride? Or do they just play it out?
For me, 2 points a minute, I start stressing a little bit. So if I'm down 8 with 4 minutes left, I guess maybe more than that. If I'm down 10 with 5, I start thinking about it. So I don't think Texas is thinking about a timeout yet.
They're not panicking
Down
with 6 points.
If the stretch is a double digits, they might think about it. I don't think it's on their minds yet.
It might be worth talking about how Barrett did. Oh,
There
my
you go.
goodness, is Ross with a big screenshot. And as you say, Jeremy, they're not down that much yet. It's 4. They're coming back. Barrett was feeling the behind-the-head circus shot. That how many times we've seen him make that.
Well, when the emotion overflows and the adrenaline pumps.
Well,
Fist left off the rim.
Shots over the middle. That's a very Joe Tiffany shot. From the first ones we've seen, just cool and collected, very structured. Snowy might be able to. Okay, Barrett covers him. Here comes Ross, 4-man up. Trying to find Bolte.
Was there any doubt?
That is a tough shot. Driving backwards on that. Great shot by Bolte. We're getting close to 1 point a minute territory. 6 points, 6 minutes.
Oh,
8
Brad
points, 6
Peters
minutes.
has got the hot hand for Seattle.
Whose hand isn't hot on Seattle right now? Heck, I can say the same thing for Texas.
You can. You absolutely can.
It's a very comfortable shot for Carter, by the way. If he laces this, I don't think Texas would have any problem with him
No,
attempting that shot.
Not at all.
It is
especially
so
as the defense
comfortable
is
for
set.
him.
But this one's a better one. The discipline, the patience to set up the shot.
Was it the better one?
Big block now.
Oh, the hand block.
Wow, Joe. Way to battle.
Uh-oh.
Seconds left.
Oh, Barrett was going to slap that ball in the next week if he got a piece of it. As possession expires, Peters is set up here, wedged by Ross. He felt those arms coming.
Once again, Eric in that slow car, but finds Brett Peters. And there's the aforementioned timeout. A little momentum. Like you said,
10-point
Jeremy,
game.
10 points. There's the double digits.
Almost like 2 points a minute is the time to call a timeout. Weird.
It's like you've been here before.
Look at Bolte trying to fire him up. I like it. This Texas team can run on emotion. They can get fired up. And they want to make something happen here. And also, 10 points in 5 minutes is nothing to a team like these Texas guys. They can come back from this.
So Christie out again to help with Seattle. Bolte taking command for Texas. And I'll also say that Kyle has just called John Weber out, one of the best Seattle rules referees that we've got.
I wish I knew what Christie just said to the Seattle team, because they all just started laughing and clapping.
Yeah, you know, the beautiful thing to see on the Seattle Unlimited team in the last couple of years is the positive energy and vibes that they play with. They do play better when they're smiling and laughing, when they're playing a game, when they're having fun. Now, you can see that they're competitive, and holy cow, it's intense. But keeping it positive and light is a big part of the secret of their success the last.
Might just be coincidence, but I mean the Seattle team. Jordan and Barrett came into WhirlyBall at the same time together in D in 2011 in Novi.
Yeah.
Obviously, Joe and Eric have a super long relationship
As
together, and
brothers.
they're brothers. Brad Peters and Barrett have been great friends for
Together, yeah.
This whole Texas team are high school friends that
Yeah.
have all lived together and been in each other's lives for 20, 30 plus years. I think clearly chemistry is a theme.
Yes, and it takes a team of 5 that can read each other's thoughts, that can play selflessly, that can celebrate the victories of your teammates over yourself. I mean, that's how you get to Unlimited.
Absolutely.
10 points separate these two teams in this first game of a double elimination tournament. I'm sorry, this is the game that gets you into the finals.
Now, you with the Seattle mindset,
Yeah.
is Seattle thinking about slowing down yet? Are they thinking about milking 5 minutes off a clock, or is that too much?
I will tell you, oh my
Goodness gracious.
I will tell you, they know that lead is. So a big change here. So Texas has started double floating with Bolte to get Bolte an open look. What that means is they don't have a wedge, which is how Joe has found so much space in the center of the court.
That's just one thing you probably can't do against this team. They're just automatic, especially from the center of the court. I mean, Joe Tiffany is basically 100% from there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Just very excited.
That was big.
Oh, good hype. Good hype.
Bolte could have turned and shot that. That was a big block from Barrett there. Texas, clear sense of urgency.
But no panic.
No panic.
There with a lot of space in front of them.
It's too much space. Too much
16
space.
points.
Bolty, quick answer. This
Gotta
Texas
do
team's
it.
going to fight.
Yeah, 14 points with 3.5 minutes as the Seattle team begins laughing.
Yeah, Seattle's going to do the math. Like they're going to wrap this one up. But this Texas team's going to go down swinging.
Yes, they are. So now, Jeremy, we're going to have a D interlude, and then you'll face the loser of this game. Are you beginning to make a plan or get a sense of, wow, just missing by Joe, a sense of urgency or what I'm saying is my stomach's tight. My stomach's tight already as we come to the end of this game.
Getting excited to play this Texas team, see how they bounce back from adversity. Is there momentum on the loss? I doubt it. I doubt they. Nice shot from Carter.
Told you, that's
This
so
team's-
comfortable for
this
him.
team's going down swinging. They're going to have no problem getting up for the next game.
They have, and it's not over yet. It's 11 points in 2.5 minutes. It's 4 possessions, 3s apiece. Like, it's not mathematically over.
They need to stop. They need to stop. They need a stop or a good miss here. Get a quick 3. Like I said, Carter is damn near automatic from the middle of the court from deep. He is just so comfortable shooting from that far.
And if you're talking 3, Bolty is on the 2-point side of the court, but Carter is one sitting back there. He's been their 3-point shooter.
Yes.
And as he puts the brakes on, Eric doing a good job.
Yeah,
hanging
Eric
in the
is
middle.
spying him. He's looking at him. He's like, I don't want you to touch this ball.
Carter trying to direct traffic.
Team's going to be ready for the next one. Texas will.
Elimination game. Jeremy, I can't thank you enough for taking this very precious time to join us with the best perspective you could ask for while watching an unlimited tournament. Thank you so much.
This is fun. Thank you. I hope to be playing in the next few of them.
Yeah, Jeremy, do us a favor and don't come back up here and commentate. How about
There
you
we
get your
go.
ass in the championship game?
I like it. Yes, sir.
Another deep
reading.
shot, Brad, trying to keep warm here because he's got to play here after that D interlude. Again, taking on that Michigan team, Jeremy Bennett's team.
And Seattle gets to sit for a good long time, about an hour. And then I'll have to shake off that crust and come out and do it again. Brad Peters, what a show he put on to send this team to win the game, really. To go on the run that was the difference in this game was Brad Peters' string of shots.
Frankly, it feels like the screenshots he made were what closed the door.
Yes.
That's what kept the lead. That's what kept Texas far enough at bay. That's really, I'm with you.
Yeah.
And you got to give some shout outs on the defensive end as well. There was definitely a lot of deflections there from Jordan and Barrett. I mean, they did their thing.
Minutes ago. You said that I said the Detroit Demolition team would Pokemon go to the finals on our podcast. But in fact, I was just speaking on your behalf.
I greatly appreciate that.
That's how I roll, baby. Intuitive quips.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I apologize for the the misconception that some of the listeners might have. I
coaching
select.
the Seattle D team.
There you go.
I'm not picking anybody up.
I respect that.
All right, we have the Chicago D team that we saw. So again, this is an interlude for 2 purposes. We got to get D seeding done, but also this allows the unlimited players to come down off of that high, rejuvenate. It's a mentally and physically exhausting experience, and it gives us a chance to share a showcase with our of the D teams, of the future of the sport. To WhirlyBall Nation, as we are joined on the microphone from Sully, your fellow Clevelander, Mr. Jarrett Dobies.
What's going on, boys?
Welcome to the show. What did you think of that last unlimited game?
I would say Texas played really good. Definitely Bolty started to get hot in that first half.
Yeah, dunking on a goalie. We haven't seen that in a while.
That was very impressive from his aspect, but they put a little bit of a taller goalie back there with Barrett and kind of shut him down for a little bit.
Yes.
And it only took a little bit because they still were putting up constant points. However, the few defensive stops Barrett did provide for them against Bolte was the difference in Seattle being able to expand that lead a little more and eventually seal the deal.
And then just when you have 5 shooters on a Seattle team just like that, it's very hard to.
Would you have put money on the fact that Brad Peters was going to be the guy who put up the points to win the game there in that stretch? Obviously, Joe and Eric and Barrett. I mean, Barrett in the first half was keeping them in it, but Peters put together that run. Would you have put money that it was going to be Brad Peters?
Oh, Brad Peters is very underrated.
Yeah.
And, as my fellow brother would say, Brad Peters is always drilling shots and not oil.
Love to see it.
Well, I had a brief conversation before Seattle took the court with Eric LaPlante, actually, and I said he was actually the most underrated player in Seattle, as he gets the flowers, but probably not enough of them. I said he's got the quickest trigger in WhirlyBall. He said he's been shooting like that his entire life because he grew up in the center, and he did his thing in that first half. In the second half, he had the dog, so you know what? He played his role. He's cherry-picked.
He will be the first to tell you that he believes Eric is a better shot than Joe.
I think he's being a little modest.
I think Joe's trying to be humble, but come on, we all know Joe is up there.
Yeah, I think there's a secret sauce to it. I think from mechanics, from repetition, from automatics, I think you may have a point that Eric is, certainly clear that Eric is a top-tier, unlimited level shooter, to your point. And those 5 guys just play absolutely selflessly. One of the best shooters in WhirlyBall. You want me to take a dog? You want me to go float? You want me to set a screen? I'll set you up. You shoot behind me. Let's go. Let's go. That's how we play.
And absolutely. That's why those guys play so well together, because all of those guys can play that exact same role. So it doesn't matter. You saw Joe Tiffany get a bunch of blocks in the first half. You see him deflect a lot of passes. And then when he needs to shoot, he drops buckets. That as simple as that.
Yeah.
So an Eric LaPlante could do the exact same thing. Although he's on the shorter side, he is very disruptive on the defensive end. Yeah. So it doesn't matter where you put these guys. And that's why they rotate very well. You mentioned the camaraderie that they have from growing up together, playing in the center together, starting WhirlyBall together. That matters. That time together matters a ton. So you see that, you know where the guy's going to be before he even gets there. It's a huge advantage, and that's why they're the defending, reigning, unlimited champions. And they took on this new Texas team first time, and they handled their business. It's a close game. But they handled the business.
Close game. And it really was. The score at the end there belied just how close that game was. It really felt like it was just a few possessions that were the difference there. And you could just as easily have seen Texas go on a run like that and Seattle not be able to answer, which would have, gone the other way. It's very spot on when he says that those last couple of games established the credibility for Texas to be there.
Without question, because I feel like a lot of people, even though they won't admit it, they probably pegged Texas to get destroyed. They probably pegged them to get beat down.
Absolutely.
They probably said they don't belong here. They're going to get whipped on by this experienced Michigan.
And we just really appreciate that all that help, that top tier competition. So Jared, I got a question for you. With Bolte posting up as a floater and dunking on goalies and doing it so successfully,
I think they're gonna still try and play that same game, maybe a little bit differently, but Bolte is for sure definitely a dominant floater, and you got to watch out for him at all costs.
Yeah.
I do believe that team is the #1 seed right now. Am I wrong in saying that? Brad Reading did say they were. I do believe they said they were in first. At the time of recording, of course.
Well, I haven't checked. I know they've gotten beat by a couple of Seattle teams.
I know they're definitely like top 3.
Yeah, they're definitely top 3. I don't know who won it. I think James's team was. I haven't seen how they did today, but James's team was way up there. I think the Texas team was. I think they only have 2 losses out of about 10 or 12 games played. They're a top-notch team. That A team is a top-notch team. And with Mario being out and Brad Reading being in, does that make it 4 players on the West Canaan Coyotes are on their unlimited team? and it's snowy for somebody.
Doc, I believe.
Snowy for Doc. It's snowy for Doc.
Yeah, that's their A team, correct? Now, if they're putting this much of a fight up in Unlimited, the A triple nationals, I do believe, also in D. And of course, the son of our former owner, Rick Morad, is getting more accustomed to the game. So, you know, this is a developmental team, and they've worked together very well in the practices that they've come to and functioned together. They gave our other C team fits. You know, so I think they just need to play their own game, get out of their own head, being in a nationals environment, and you know they can score and they can play defense very, very well.
I mean, also you got to think that these guys' first time traveling to a different center, so it's the nerves, the different cars, the different backboards and stuff like that. So you have to take that into consideration a little bit.
High ceilings. You were seeing a lot of laser beam passes.
True.
High ceilings, yeah. You don't get that in Cleveland.
No, and I mean, for me, even in
The net
Seattle,
is
our
daunting.
ceilings, you know, our ceiling is about the height of Cleveland's.
Great shot there, at 25. Great
Nice.
connection.
And it does look like you think Sean is one of these future of Cleveland superstars.
You know what? Sean wants to learn the game.
That's,
You know, I don't. He's come a long way from being a bratty little kid to a guy that actually wants to function and be good. So, you know, he's got a lot to work on with his shot. It's very rushed and quick, but the inside game is solid for him. When the court awareness gets there and his passing kind of gets up to the level of wanting to be in the C division, you know, something like that. I know he aspires for things like that because he's come to me, you know, on a not a little kid level, on a personal man level, and said, Sully, very coachable. They don't get 15-minute halves. They only get 10.
1 minute.
Let's go.
1 minute half.
They get 10 minutes.
Yes.
They get 10 minutes in the D division, 8 minutes in the A and C divisions, 10 minutes in the B division. 13,
From his skill level,
13 black?
13 black. Yeah, that's Larry.
Okay.
He could play C, and we would have no problem with it.
Nice.
And we said that multiple times.
But
Zanko.
first time you see this kind of organized defense, first time you see teams built around a shooter, first time for a lot of stuff. And so it helps welcome you in.
Without question. Without question. It's not just the D division, you know, it's the same with our A guys. First time in A, shake off those nerves, and all of a sudden, you know, you're playing top level ball as you should. So, you know, it's not just these guys, it's everybody with a new experience, you know. Again, new center. First time here playing in Chicago. Get those out, get those nerves out, and then you just play your game, play your solid game like you do at home. Again, a little adjustment to the cars, of course. It's a different center. A weld difference. So, you know, we're used to half court being half court, 3-pointers. You got to pay attention to those stripes as we have a mechanical timeout, I do believe.
I believe mechanical timeout. There was a lot of fiery expressions out there on the court. Walter's helping interpret what's going on. We did see number 2 from Chicago there. Is that Robert? Robert Carroll try and calm everybody down.
Calm it down. Calm it down.
Calm it down, you gosh darn a-holes. Everybody calm down. And I think it worked. You got to know how to talk to your team. That camaraderie that we talked about.
There it is. There it is, the camaraderie. As the clock's going, but we're are they playing or what are we doing? All right.
The clock is stopping.
Sean Morat does have the clock is stopped now.
Clock is stopped. Okay.
That clock's
And
going. All right, here we go. Here we go.
A whirly ball.
Off to the races, as it were.
Gonna put up the 3.
Sean wants it. He's going to take it.
I like it. I
Here's
like
that-
it. All right. Boom shakalaka. All right.
Like I said, with this Cleveland team, they're going to have to keep their emotions in check, communicate very well, and you know what? Like I said, you got to get the ball to the guys that can score. Again, at home in leagues, Vince can score. Sean, again, a developing shooter. He can put the ball in the bucket. But again, Zanko is their guy, and you got to shake him free. So they got to know to communicate with one another to get this guy up court, make some plays, set up some screenshots, and they could be successful in this tournament coming up.
I do have a technical question here. Is anybody sitting near someone that's broadcasting the hockey game? I am hearing it in the headset, and I just don't want our live stream to get taken down because of it. Is there a cell phone in the window on the wide side with the hockey game on?
Yeah, that's John Weber.
Okay, can we ask him to turn the volume down a little bit because the microphone is picking it up? Thanks, man. Okay, so now hopefully the live stream won't get taken down for a proprietary broadcast. All right. I have to admit, I am going through emotional cycles on these unlimited games. The intensity of it, the pit in my stomach, I was sweating towards the end of that game.
You and me both.
I have nothing to do with the outcome of this game, and I am so invested.
Yeah, the emotional roller coaster of this this tournament, and even the games in between are just the highs and lows. I mean, my goodness, it is all over the map, man.
I am glad that the A tournament is not tomorrow, so that however this ends out for those 15 unlimited players, they get a chance to have a day to recover.
Decompress.
Before they do it all over again.
All over again,
for their
that's
eight
right.
teams.
But that is what it's all about those best teams, the best players from each team is battling it out.
Yeah.
That's the best of WhirlyBall right there.
It's the best of WhirlyBall. And an important case.
Joe! Nice deflection inside.
And a really important case to the point that Chile has been making for a long time about including teams, including centers, and deciding it on the court. Texas beating the Michigan Unlimited team, getting to Seattle, being in the game the entire way. Seattle goes on, I'll call it, Seattle goes on one run to put the game out of reach. Just a couple of minutes were the difference in that 30-minute game.
And like I was saying before, you know, I've mentioned on my podcast that, you know, I did pick Texas to beat that Michigan team. And I was not shocked. I was not surprised. And I don't think any of the Texas guys were surprised either.
Now,
they came in expecting to win.
Michigan?
I did not pick them to eliminate.
Yeah. So
I did pick them to win a game. The Michigan team, full of veterans. They've been here before. They've won here before. This is their moment to say, hey, let's recollect our thoughts. Let's see the micro adjustments we have to make in this game. Is there a car adjustment? Is there stop Bolte adjustment? Is there anything that we have to apply to get the W the second game to get to Seattle? You know, so it's I wanted some spice.
Yeah.
And we got it.
That's our spice. Now, I really also loved what Jeremy was saying when we asked him who would he like to play again, and he said, Texas. I want revenge.
I respect that.
And
I respect that.
He's going to get it.
You know, he wants to knock that chip right off that damn shoulder that they had going in and knock him down off that high horse because, again, the Texas is going to come in and say, hey, we beat this team already. We just need to apply the principles that we did that were successful in that first game, albeit close. It was close. But
nice shot, Zanko.
But hey, we need to come out firing. We need to come out in control of our emotions, get the momentum rolling, and get that win back. So again, veteran team.
Anything can happen in a team. Wow. To recount, the red team picked up the ball, drove into the corner. When he bounced into the corner, the ball bounced out of his scoop. He wasn't able to pick it up. Black play. And so now we restart with red possession of full 30. Like it never happened in the first place. I love this juxtaposition.
Goodness gracious. You see some things in D. There's no doubt about that. Hell, you see some things in A.
Well, yeah. I mean, Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. That's why I love this game so much.
If that had been the Unlimited game, I would have been describing that there is some hidden genius that I'm just not seeing behind. Oh my goodness, the battle around is out of the key. He's crushing the scoop with a teammate. The ball in the corner and launch that ball out of bounds. But I don't have that confidence in the D division.
You took your eye off the prize for a second there. That last play, the young man in red 4, he had a screenshot right from the middle of the court, but the ball wasn't in the trap. It was literally on the front of the trap, and he takes the shot and it spikes straight to the ground, and he's looking at his scoop. Young man, watch some Joe Tiffany tape.
Settle that ball.
That's 1-point lead based off penalties, rolls into the corner. A nice veteran play from Red 6 to eat up some time.
3-point defense.
15 seconds.
3-point defense. That's the only thing that can hurt you.
They're setting the wall up in the key. He's trying to set a screen for Zanko.
4, 3,
creeps up to the line. Deep
2,
shot's not going to connect. Sails high.
That also a veteran move to not pick that ball up. I like that. Although, just pick up the ball.
What a finish that was.
Oh, well.
What a palate cleanser, right?
My boosh is amused. Oh, as we've got screaming in the ref booth.
I think that's Anthony Ola.
Wow. Wow, there's some choice language that we're going to mute for a second.
Yeah, mute. You go ahead and mute me too, yeah.
All right. Gentlemen, I'm on a microphone to WhirlyBall Nation.
That's why I asked you to mute it. I was like, don't pick me up either. Don't pick me up.
Okay, WhirlyBall Nation, we just had to mute some theatrics as the end of that game and a couple of referee penalties to the tune of about 3 that were probably the deciding penalties in that game are being discussed spiritedly.
Hey, Noah.
Yes, Jared.
I got a question. So,
Hit me.
what do you think about Michigan's shot?
Jared, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Any final observations on that last Cleveland D game?
They just gotta get their stuff together, and we'll get them figured out for sure.
Yeah.
Come tournament day.
Yep. Yep. Very good. D tournament is tomorrow.
But I'm gonna leave you with one thing. I have Texas winning this game.
Oh! Jarrett is off the mic with a bold prediction. All right, as we are switching seats and getting ready again in unlimited mode, we are joined again by Mr. Tommy Benavides. Tommy, how are you, sir?
Distraught.
Distraught. Tell me more about your distress.
So, Michigan's supposed to have won already.
Yeah. Yeah, they were supposed to win a game.
Yes. No, all credit due to Texas. They also played Seattle strong. I thought that was the most impressive games out of them. I think
So can you speak to the fact that because this is an the emotions, and does that drain you more?
I think you're just tired. It's like coming into the loser bracket. You are tired. I don't care what anybody says. This is a sport. You are moving. You are pushing your body, and your body is tired. When you're winning, it's a little bit easier. When you're losing, you're struggling. You're pushing harder. You're stretching more. And yeah, the losers bracket is the loneliest, hardest place to be.
Yeah, and Jeremy also said, so now Texas has just come off a loss from Seattle. Michigan lost to Texas, and so the very next game Michigan plays is their revenge game. This is not the revenge game for Texas. The one that Texas wants, the one that they're thinking about is Seattle. the one that Michigan has been thinking about for an hour has been this game.
Yeah, I don't think they took Texas lightly coming into the game, but I think them winning probably surprised 90% of the people here, including some Texas players. I mean, let's face it, they were not favored to win, and they shocked a lot of people. And good for them. I'm glad they did. But
Yeah.
so right now, I'm going to put a bold prediction out there: 38-22, Michigan.
38-22, that's a big win by Michigan.
Yeah.
Right now, I do want to mention that on the court, it looks like Ross is negotiating with Jeremy to that was competing 5-point palm strike exploding heart techniques that were well defended.
We're good?
We're good, baby.
Excellent.
As Sully joins us on the microphone, as Jeremy, I think they have negotiated changing out cart 20 after observing the last game, perhaps. But looks like Texas is requesting changing cart 20.
I would say they could probably do the same for Black 1, to be honest. That thing's a dog.
And again, this is really unfortunate that cars are playing this much of a factor in the game.
Do you see that they're playing that much of a factor?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see those hot streak, these great shooters. I mean, let's face it, we've got great shooters in Seattle,
You do,
Michigan,
yeah.
Texas, and
to have
being
that
hindered.
taken away, right, and forced to hide.
There's a difference between, oh man, they're facing great defense, or they're facing a great wall, they're facing a tall guy, versus ours just not moving that fast, they're not getting it.
Without question, it's a detriment. You know, you're slower in transition on both sides, offensively, defensively, and in order to kind of mitigate that, you have to either put your goalie in the slow car or your picker. And when you're a team that likes to rotate all of your guys, it becomes a hindrance.
Absolutely, and let's also acknowledge the fact that Texas has some big guys out there, so whoever gets the dog, the slow car, that's a lot to be pushing around in a slow dog car.
Without question. Well, another difference, Tommy, as we alluded to in a couple commentaries, is that the black cars are technically taller than the red cars. So that gives shot advantage to the black team when they're on offense, and a defensive detriment, because those extra inches, they do matter. And I know that is exactly what she said. However, when it comes to guys that are trying to block shots in the red cars, they're sitting much lower. So those shots that are normally blocked are getting right over their scoops and into the net. So it's a big difference, not just with the speed of the cars, but the height is completely different.
Oh, is it the steering arm in 20?
Oh, yeah. You know, there have been a couple of cars that have had really odd steering behaviors. There was one that I think a piece of the sprocket that connects the steering to the drive wheel that drives the chain, where you had a good quarter turn where nothing would happen, and you had to get out of that quarter turn of slop before the car would actually turn.
You mean car 14?
Was it car 14?
I'm not saying I played with that car several times, but I played.
Well, what I experienced is that, yesterday I broke a chain.
Attaboy.
Yep, that was fun.
Too much power.
Yep, and then we went way too strong for these cars. And today on court 2, I don't know which number of the car it was, but the handle is not secure. So when I tried to turn, it popped right off.
Yes.
Careful with that motion, boys.
And the referees just said, put it back on. I'm like, what?
And I love the sportsmanship here. You love to see it. This is a grudge match in all the right ways. We want to compete at the top level as we begin the first elimination game. Both of these teams have lost once in this double elimination tournament. The loser goes home. The winner goes to see Seattle in the first game of the finals. And this is the first start to a half I think we've seen without a long three being taken.
Well, they broke the wall very well and got
They
a
did.
nice open shot, which didn't go down for Ross. But They're going to get back in transition and set up their defense here.
Nice.
4-man wall at 3 wells.
And you can see Bolte squeaking out to wedge. And now a 2-2 wall, 2-2 box. Michigan has a 3-2 here. And nope, Ross is back inside.
Bolte's going to leave to try to take advantage of Clint creeping up just a little bit. But Jeremy's going to get a wide open screen because there's no wedge, and he makes him pay. 2 points on the board for Michigan.
So Bolte and Brad are going to double float, maybe. Or double cherry. That'll be interesting.
Well, anything to get those guys hot because they're going to be the main offensive weapons here, as you've shown in the previous games that they've played. Snowy goes low off the rim. But, yeah, they want to get these guys with the ball in their hand, get them going as quickly as possible so they can put points on the board and go not necessarily back and forth with this Michigan team, but be able to –
Did they get the call?
No!
No call. They're going to let him play.
Kyle did say we're going to let these boys play. It could get ugly out there.
Hopefully we don't get into street justice as Michigan runs out of possession.
No blood, no foul, am I right?
No, you're not right.
I take it back, Noah. I take it all back.
Maybe a Brad reading trap here. Nope.
Blows the gum, sets it for a screen. No, just low.
Yeah. All right, so Tommy, this factor about, some of these shots, like the one that Sam had, they John up the middle, you'll love to see it. The one that Brad had there, open screen shot, Sam open angle shot, but they're not hitting. Is that some of that tightness?
I don't know. Again, I think it's fatigue.
Fatigue.
I think that they are fine. They feel confident. They're not worried about missing. They're just tired. And
Zach!
See that sweet, sweet touch pass.
Oh, my gosh.
And Sammy loves those angles.
yes.
Collect it, hit it. Jeremy doing all he can to disrupt that pass.
I feel like I've seen this movie before. Texas got down early against Seattle as well and battled back to tie the game.
Brad Reed calling for that ball. Yeah, you're right.
I think it was a 6 or 7-0, if 7-0, I do believe, in the last
we got a Chris
game.
Bolte trap right here, which is going to set up their offense.
And maybe, like I said, those micro adjustments.
Ooh. And now we got another Bolte trap coming, I think. Nope, same on Bolte.
Johnner says,
Yeah.
no, you are not going anywhere.
They're double picking on Chris. Make somebody else beat you.
Hello, there it is.
Rising to the occasion.
Cool, calm, and collected.
He loves that. He would have no problem playing offense.
And he's got that sweet, screenshot. 3 welds up the middle. Money.
Well, like we mentioned in the last game, he is such a versatile player. Dominant goalie, dominant cherry picker, great shot. And have a guy like Ross that's to be able to play each side of the ball effectively is definitely to Texas' advantage. But like I said, Michigan keeping a close eye on Bolte.
Sammy leaking out. Brad a little cold.
Nice flip of the scoop there from Brad Reading, by the way.
Clint, a little nervous about that, but good
Lean.
pass.
Sammy feeling it as Michigan goes up by 8. Again, with the cars being even, the black cars are a little taller. Little advantage of the black car. But that, I don't think, had anything to do with this first 5 minutes.
Correct. Michigan's playing loose. They're playing fast, and they're keeping their eye on Bolte.
And that was his first shot of the game.
Oh, wow.
2-on-1, back to Clint. Oh, no.
Zach Johnner.
He's feeling it.
He is feeling it.
Goodness gracious, their offense is going so quick, taking advantage of 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s.
We got 4 up here.
And everything has just been from 2 welds out. You can't let Michigan shoot from 2 welds out.
No goal.
They're saying no.
Oh, no goal!
5 seconds in the key. That's unfortunate because that's that whole momentum boost.
Yes.
Brad Reading checking his eye socket. As Clint Fisher looks to set up here. Gets the ball out to Jeremy Bennett. No good on that long 2.
Yeah, we talked this through thoroughly and got it all.
Ross gathers from the corner
and said, I understand.
Bolte is free. Bolte is free. Bolte is free.
I spent 2 hours.
Send out the alarms.
To get it approved.
A jailbreak has occurred. Bolte is on the board. And this is exactly what Michigan wanted to avoid. That's the one guy you don't want to get going.
It's going to happen. He's going to score. Question is, can you contain him enough to where it's only a couple of baskets? Right now,
correct.
It's been 6 minutes and he scored once. That's gold.
I think that's a great, just job well done from Michigan's game plan.
As gold as the shirts on their chest.
Glistening and glimmering indeed.
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
Guys, I don't think I'm educated enough to be on this podcast.
Tommy, you are welcome anytime.
Oh boy, Clint and Jeremy getting up. They might have gotten a piece of that. Making that screenshot real tough.
Now Johnner's got it. If he can get a nice pass. Oh, it was a nice pass. Okay.
Oh, how quick was that?
He should go.
Oh, Clint with a tough angle.
Man.
Cannot connect. There's that clean look again, but goes high on this one.
There's only 8 points, 8 minutes in the first half.
Look at this trap.
Woo!
Johnner said he likes to play mean and he likes to be thought of as working harder than Darby. So
that's a great comparison, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Great comparison. One of the hardest working cherry pickers.
That looked good.
Remember, the laser doesn't lie.
What a great pass by Ben.
The referees gave that broken laser a goal.
I had a conversation this morning. They said he came in and scooted that box up there with the laser in it back a few inches, and he said that was the issue. Because if you hit it dead nut center, it would not go off. And I said, you're discrediting good shots? The best of the best shots do not count and light up the laser.
Oh. Well, then I've been hitting the best of the best shots all week.
Focus, gentlemen. Focus.
Sorry. Ross able to get there. Sam stealing it away. Wow, Sam able to pull that ball away from Ross.
2-on-1 if they want it.
Oh, they want it.
A very rare 2-on-1.
Oh, boy.
Oh, a rare miss.
Too open. Sometimes when you're playing through scoops,
and they're going to make a play right here. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're spot on.
That's the man of the hour. That's the man of the hour.
I wouldn't have been surprised if he shot that without looking. He knows exactly where that ball is going.
Yeah, center of the court, 2.5 welds. Man, you want to talk about automatic. He's very patient on that play. Let him set the defense so they can get back. 2 points, and it's an 8-point game. Jeremy with a sharp shot goes wide. Texas back on offense here. Russell going to set up.
Wall pass to Bolte. Sam in a nice wedge position.
Brad's creeping. It's creeping at the back door. But Bolte said, you know what? This is my show. Ooh. No, good. Goes low, but gets it back. Yeah, you can't let second chance opportunities pass. Bolte makes them pay. But Sammy, from that angle, man, does he love that shot.
Beautiful.
How many years of practice, Tommy, do you got to get good at that?
He started playing in 1991.
So there's still hope for me.
Me as well. I was 6.
All right, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I was older than 6 in 91. I was not.
Just old enough to start playing the game of WhirlyBall.
Yeah, should have been.
I feel like my parents did me a disservice by not starting me at 6 years old, so I could hang with Sam Kim. Clint Fisher, not known for the offense, but he's playing that side of the ball today.
Cohen's actually a really good shooter. His biggest problem is the same problem that you have with a lot of defenders.
You know, there's what's that?
Yeah, what's that
you have
problem?
with the defender?
What you lose on defense when you're up on offense is part of the trade-off. Oh, you made a basket. Big deal. They're coming down and scoring on us.
Right.
Our tallest guy
Is gone. Yeah. And that's exactly what happened.
That should have been a slash, but we're not going to call it.
Letting them play indeed. Kyle did say right before the game started, hey, knockdown, drag out type of a contest here. Maybe 2 questionable scoop fouls. Kyle Phillips lets it go. As Carter with his most comfortable shot misses just low. Michigan still maintains his 8-point advantage.
Sam over the middle here. Take the screen. Oh,
no, he's not. Brad reading quick with the trigger.
And that was a pass to Johnner. That was not a shot.
But he would not allow the easy pass as Active Hands gets in there and breaks it up. But guess who's back? Oh my God!
What? Why, Sully?
It was the cord, bro. I didn't think it was full. I sincerely apologize.
That is
Got
unfortunate.
wrapped up in that. You okay?
I'm good.
Did I get you a little wet?
The beer spill is going to be okay. Is Jeremy lining up a shot?
I wasn't talking about the beer.
Friends and family, Sully.
I know.
As Michigan setting a high wall.
Is it me or is Jeremy just not looking like he normally does?
I think defensively, he's still very active. Accurate passes, setting up Johnner. If you're referring to the shot, I kind of agree, but this'll help.
Oh,
Never mind, Tommy. You might be on to something.
What are you seeing, Tommy?
Jeremy, after the game, needed to go collect himself.
Oh.
And
He did some commentary with us.
Yeah, I think he's in his head. He's in his own head.
Well, despite him being cold, we have a 6-point advantage for Michigan.
Oh, boy.
There it is.
Oh, no, 4 points.
I would be
2
very
minutes
interested
remaining.
to know, okay, there you have 16. Both scored 6 or 8 of them. So I think it's at least, probably half, 8. Maybe 10.
All good, all good.
2 minutes.
Snowy!
Oh, my goodness.
And just like that, 2-point game.
Point game, 50 Texas.
Unbelievable.
Actually, I think it's very believable. This Texas team has nothing but fight, nothing but composure, and all they did was settle in, just like that Seattle game. Like I said, not a large deficit, but a deficit nonetheless. Great defense inside. But they just stuck to the plan.
Brad Reading is in. And the
bad
ball bounces off of his car.
Right off the front of the car.
Takes a Michigan bounce.
The Michigan bounce, yeah. As they do take over here on offense. Right on his scoop. That's Sammy! If you look at the spray chart, Tommy, if you look at the spray chart, it is all from right underneath us in that corner.
I also love him allowing Carter to have his scoop on the ball as he just drives away to create.
He just got in his position. He got in his spot.
Will they see final shot before the half?
Sam is looking.
6-point lead.
I think Sammy was showing off some of that 1991 experience. What do you think? Jeremy high off the rim again, and frustration kicking in visibly on his face as he's upset with himself that he's not connecting on what is normally easy buckets for Jeremy Bennett.
I don't know if I like Jeremy staying up there as opposed to going and blocking Bolte.
Oh, this is the last shot, so I know he's trying to make his way up court to be disruptive.
Oh, no. Ball thrown away here. I don't know if they're going to get a shot off. Michigan throws up a prayer. Wasted opportunity for Texas there. For the first time in the 2 halves they played against Michigan, they were not able to convert in the last possession there.
22-18. So Texas should score 4 more points.
And needless to say, what a game. Johnner is visibly frustrated.
Well, it's so He got slashed a couple of times by, or at least perceived slashed a couple of times by Ross. On-court apologies when you continue, when you perceive that the person is continuing to commit the violation just because it's not called. Those apologies ring hollow, and they'll be fine. But right now, it's the top tier of competition, and like Tommy said, sometimes Johnner's playing better when he's mad.
Yes, there's certain people you don't want angry, and there's certain people you don't talk trash to because they play better.
Yeah.
All right, first half's over. What'd you guys see?
That went, so for me, it went quick because I think I'm getting calibrated to the 15-minute halves is a big part of it.
Yeah, agreed.
Jeremy, you're right. Jeremy was not scoring like you thought. He might. Michigan was doing what they could to find who was hot. Who was hot was Sam Kim. Bolte was able to score a little bit, Michigan focusing entirely on him. Brad Reading not able to put up together a run, being serviceable and keeping him in the game, but Snowy starting to hit and hitting a few shots. And always when you can bring in an extra shooter, an extra threat, someone else you have to think about, that can multiply pretty quick. And so the more you have to pay attention to somebody that's not Bolte, the more Bolte is going to get open. Double picking on Bolte has been leaving them with open screenshots. What did you see, Tommy?
Well, I see a more relaxed Michigan team other than Jeremy. I think Texas is sticking with their game plan, which is why not? They won a game. They took Seattle to the last 5-6 minutes. They had a lead against Seattle in the second half. It's like, it's working for Texas.
Yeah. I'll tell you a little bit of what I saw is that at the beginning they were trying to contain Bolte, which was keeping him down low on the defensive side, maybe a little dogging action when it came to getting him up court. And that's how they got that early lead, is because Bolte didn't attempt the shot until about 5 minutes into the first half. Right. So they kind of got away from that. They let Bolte up court. Other guys on the team did hit shots. Ross hit a couple there, but eventually they crawled back into the game because Bolte got up court.
You're all right.
So we'll see what kind of adjustment they try to make here. Maybe they try to employ the same strategy as not letting him up court, maybe putting 2 guys on him, letting other guys beat him. But right now, they're maintaining a lead of 4 here as we enter the second half.
And we are underway as Sam just bottom rims out. As that wall collapses, Brad Reading lunged. Sam was able to find some open space. Big defensive glob here, pushing an outside wall. Playing defense with 5.
And 2 of them are on who?
2 of them have
where he is.
Sandwich.
I heard it was delicious.
A lot of meat.
A lot of meat. A lot of meat. The Sam Kim shot, no good for Brad.
And they got a 3-on-2.
And there's a reason why it was no good. It's because he's not Sam Kim.
Correct. He hasn't been practicing that since '91. Johnner missed the opening shot here, but Jeremy maintains the possession as he collects the rebound. Puts up another shot, but no good. One more time for the one time. No, still ice cold.
I do like Jeremy taking repeated shots, because if he can crack that ice, it's going to be a different game.
Absolutely.
You know the rules, man. Shooter's gonna shoot. Shooter's gonna shoot.
Austin Carter.
Austin, that was a great shot.
I love it.
Because no one expected it, and you can't just say, Bolte, win it for us.
Right, and they had a nice high wall set after the shot was taken. So like you say, when your defensive guys take the shots, you sacrifice the defense, but not in that case. Snowy able to get his own rebound.
Yeah, Carter from the middle of the court, man, is just buckets. A very underrated shooter, as he is a primary defender, but man, can he put the ball in that backcourt.
Ball is slippery today.
5 seconds left on the possession. What is Brad Reading going to do?
Miracle 3.
No, good off the top of the backboard.
Which is arguably harder to hit than the target itself.
I never thought about it like that, actually.
Should be worth more.
Now that's going to be in my head when I play.
You got to explain to your teammates, you know that's actually harder to do than hitting the center of the net.
Clint rolling up. Oh,
Sam Kim
my goodness.
rolling up his scoop, lets one rip. 2 points on the board. He is the hot hand here. Him and Johnner have supplied the majority of their offense so far.
Yes, and I do like Jeremy staying on Bolte. Even though he's on the offensive side, but Bolte's nowhere to be found on his offensive side.
They're playing Where's Waldo when it's actually Where's Bolte on the court because Jeremy's making it a point to go find him first. Jeremy affecting the game in a different way. Normally it's on the offensive end, but this half seems to be more on the defensive side to keeping track of Bolte. As Johnner misses high.
Yeah, I think Jeremy is certainly hawking Bolte, asking for some help to do so. Looks like he's asking for a sandwich here.
He's going to be joined by Clint Fisher here at midcourt.
Ross trying to disrupt it, does a good job of it. Bolte may have a screenshot here.
Clint's got the side eye on Bolte as Jeremy plays behind him.
Ross is open here.
Extremely open.
Clint goes to close it. Like Michigan's got a 2-on-1.
5 seconds on the possession.
Michigan.
You got to rip it.
Great position there.
Or dump it.
I think the dump to buy some time. What did you see, Tommy?
I hate the dump. Just take a shot.
Yeah.
A dump can get you nothing. A shot, maybe. You get a miracle basket.
Quickly out to Sam. Sam floats it right back in the middle of Jeremy. Jeremy outside to Johnner. Yeah.
Beautiful play.
That ball movement. Wow.
Now this ball, if it goes all the way to the corner, they have a chance to trap Bolte in the corner.
I don't know if that was. I think Austin should have kept him up for the ball because now Bolte's going to be trapped.
Clint let him go.
Jeremy once again affecting the game in a different manner. Gets the tip, but Brad Reedy maintains possession. Making his way up court, Bolte looking to shake free. Does just that. Snowy setting him up, looking dead at the backboard, expecting the shot, and guess what?
Wow.
Once again, sound the alarms.
Oh, no.
Fisher.
Sound the alarms. Bolte was free on that one. A jailbreak, gets the screen, crawls within 4.
3-on-2 here.
Johnner visibly frustrated at that long pass that sailed over his head when he was open. But you know what? Gathered himself, composed and collected, playing mean.
You're not going to like him when he's angry.
Look at his face. Look at Johnner's face right now. That is a face of a man on a mission. He is visibly
and his mission
pissed.
Is pain.
Texas's misery is Johnner's pleasure.
Yeah, I love this. So Michigan seems to have come alive in the last couple of possessions.
Absolutely. Lets it fly. No good. Once again, I love this from Jeremy. Shooter's going to shoot.
Yeah.
He is not being passive whatsoever.
You got to keep testing it.
I like Johnner taking this right now.
Johnner hits the spin move. I think a portion of him wants to just dunk on Ross right now. But he's going to think better of it. Team player Sam setting up right behind him. Checks his defense as he knows he has an open screen. Making sure everyone's good. Lets it fly. No good.
I'm not
sure what happened here.
But it got to its intended recipient.
Who's that guy with the ball?
Number 23. That's the number of Michael Jordan, isn't it?
How apropos.
In the city of Chicago.
Angry. There he is.
Once again, just a note on that previous shot. How underrated is that shot from Carter? My goodness.
They just messed up the score.
They messed up the score.
It's 32-22.
It's 32-22.
22. I don't know.
They just gave the points to the wrong side. 32-22. Okay. Maybe.
I disagree, but
okay. I'm sure someone's got that on.
I do believe this is being recorded. Check the tapes. Check the tapes. Johnner, just a good high.
Scott, did they
make a mistake here? Yes.
By whom? Alrighty. Okay, so we've been told the score may be correct, which is the best kind of correct. 4-point game.
Lord knows we don't need conscious. Snowy, yep. At Clint Fisher out of position. Gives props to Snowy. Snowy trying to get him amped up with the big yelp of let's go.
And
Sam Kim says, calm it down.
And let's face it, Snowy is playing great right now.
Yes, he is.
Doing the dirty work,
Doing
as
the
it
dirty
were.
work.
Doing the dirty work. Just like I kind of mentioned that Eric LaPlante was doing the exact same thing for Seattle last game. The dirty work, setting up Peters, getting them free. It's the same exact thing that's going on with Snowy right now. Doing all the grunt work, getting dirty down there in the key. And without scoring himself, he's putting points on the board.
Oh my goodness. Angry Zach.
Every time he makes a
Incredible.
bucket, he just lets somebody know. Gives him a little glare as Michigan goes up by 6.
Oh boy. You know, Zach, who was the commentator crew's pick for MVP the last time Michigan won Unlimited in Texas. Oh my goodness.
What?
A block
Wow.
and in. When things go your way, things really go your way.
Goodness gracious. What a fortunate tip there for Snowy. Spin move. Sammy getting into that corner. Loves that angle. He's going to hit him with the lean. Maybe try. No. Deflected.
It's Ross in the back. Ross able to scoop it up.
Neither team has used the timeout here. They're just going to let it rock. 4-point game. But they do have one available just in case they want to collect some thoughts. Blows the gum. Takes the shot. No. Good.
Also blows the shot.
You
That was
are
close, though.
Johnny on the spot, as it were. Jeremy, shooter's
my
got to
goodness.
shoot, but guess what? That rim
Give it back to
is
him.
just
Yes.
unfriendly.
Yes.
Here it is.
Oh.
Oh, an unlucky
Here it
foul
might
for
be.
Texas.
Here it might be.
Wah, wah.
There it is.
Johnner says, I got you, bro. Jeremy is 0 for the game, but guess what? Johnner does not care. Still playing the possession, getting the ball inside, putting Michigan up by 6.
5 minutes left in this elimination.
Look at this wall.
That is an impressive
And
wall.
Snowy able to drive enough to get a shot at Ben Heisel, but that wall had 7 welds. Oh, boy.
Oh, he wanted that one back. He wanted that one. That was the one. Trying to set up a 2-on-1 situation. Still, he sets the pick as
Nice
Lost hits
switch.
the outside, but great
Oh, boy.
transition defense.
Oh, Sammy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Sammy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yes, sir. Great conversion. Leaning with it and rocking with it as Snowy connects. Pulls back within 4.
Bolt able to collect that up, send it right back to Snowy. Ross, if they hold a pick, they'll get a 3-on-2. There is no wedge here, so the screenshot's good.
Oh, the screenshot is good, Noah. You are absolutely correct. It's like you can see into the future.
Oh, boy.
Can we just say there is no quit in Texas?
Yeah. Great call. Fighting back this hard.
Sammy,
Was
straight
it
down
good?
the middle.
Was it good?
It was good,
I
yes.
thought that was a long key.
Yeah. John are not entirely pleased about the treatment his scoop received.
Who
Brad
would be?
Reading has an answer for him.
Didn't blow that shot, that's for sure.
They have a 3-on-2.
Jeremy calling for it. Here comes Zach's shot.
Oh, the rim once again, the detriment of their offense. But Clint Fisher gathers. I got a strange feeling, guys. Jeremy Bennett's going to hit up.
There it is.
I couldn't get my thought out, but I was going to say that I got a feeling Jeremy Bennett is going to put a shot up that's going to be a game decider here for Michigan.
Oh,
nice! Ben Heisel!
You forgot about his superpower.
Now we're coming into the range where they cannot call a timeout as they're going to come in within 2 minutes here. Quick passes back and forth. Bucket from Clint Fisher.
The timeout should be coming right now.
There it is.
There it is.
Wow. Prescient. Did you see Jeremy duck back inside as soon as he read Clint was going? Love to see it.
All right, 8 points, a little over 2 minutes. What do you do? You're Texas.
What do you do if you're Texas? 8 points in 2 minutes. It's almost desperation time. I think I start this with a Bolty 3, and then I think I send a double cherry. And you try and hold Sam with that double cherry, but you may not be able to do it.
Yeah, the time you can't get 4 buckets in 2 minutes and 16 seconds and hope that, they're going to shoot fast. So,
well, you'll get 4. You'll get a little less than 4 shots.
Yeah,
so you get 3.
Yep.
So the first one you take a 3 right away, and then you need 2.
Yeah.
So that's
not enough. You need 8.
Oh.
I think they let the defense kind of.
Tommy,
just saying.
What do you do?
You take the 3, but you have to be ready for another 3. I don't think you can get away with just 1 3 to get up 8 points in 2.5 minutes. Now, Michigan might do something silly.
Yep.
Sam and Johnner are not afraid to shoot that ball quick, but they've also been here before. So
Many a times.
I feel like we're going to see a quick 3. If it hits, that'll change everything.
So
if it misses, I think we're down 30 seconds instead of a 3-point lead.
Yeah.
Statistically, I think obviously their highest scorer and better shooter is Bolte, but Carter is so automatic from 8 welds out in the middle of the court. I think he's taking this 3.
He's got the ball.
We also have a report as they begin circling for the beginning of the last 2 minutes and 16 seconds of this game. We've had a report that the video has been reviewed and the score is correct.
Oh, okay.
We sent it to the booth, huh?
We sent it to the booth.
The booth in New York.
And, Kyle and his support crew out there, including Bill, there's the 3.
There's the aforementioned shot. There it is.
And Jeremy might be free here.
So is Johnner.
Oh, no.
2 on none.
No.
Icing on the cake with the glare.
Yes.
With the glare, Zach Johnner seals it for the most part for Michigan.
Oh, man. You can see the emotion drain out of some of the Texas players' face there.
Yep.
You do not need any baskets.
He loves to do that move. You play with him long enough, Tommy. Come on.
Drive around.
Little pump fake, the fake shot.
Oh, Johnner is angry.
He wanted another
Now
one.
we need a non-angry Johnner.
Yes.
He wanted another one.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of scoopage.
I haven't heard that term today yet, Noah. The scoopage. That was popular last year. The scoopage.
My goodness. 10 points here, so this game is mathematically over as long as Michigan does all the right things, which I'm sure they'll do. Can't say enough about this Texas team. Every game that they have played here, all 3 of them, they were in it the entire way. Tommy, you nailed it. There is no quit in Texas. Huge congratulations to them for breaking into the Unlimited Tournament and getting their first win in the modern era. Just can't say enough good things about them. Congratulations to them. Michigan to getting their revenge on Texas, as Jeremy talked about. Gearing up for the finals against Seattle. It'll be the first game in this tournament, Michigan and Seattle.
Let's talk about that for a minute. What do you guys see? Michigan, Seattle. Michigan has to beat Seattle twice.
Have to beat Seattle twice. Tommy, you talked about fatigue. Michigan has played 2 games.
Yep.
Seattle has played 1. Is that enough of a difference that fatigue becomes a factor?
Well, the only thing that I would say is different is Michigan has played 3 hardcore games.
Yeah.
When it was just 2 teams and it's the best of 3, you win 1, you lose 1, then the game 3 becomes this fight. They've been there before. So I think this next game is going to be a great game. What I worry about mostly is if Michigan does win, do they have enough in the tank to do it twice?
Right.
We shall see.
We shall see.
So pleasure talking with you guys. Thank you for letting me join you up here, and we'll see you.
Tommy, thank
Tommy,
you for your
thank you.
insights
Thank
and
you
your
very much.
predictions. Spot on. All right, and as always, it looks like we're just going to be watching the same D team play over and over again, the Chicago D team. Joining us on the mic is Chicago man himself, Mr. Scotty McCarthy. Scotty, how are you, sir?
I'm well. Yourself?
I'm good. Any impressions of that last Unlimited game?
That was it was a nail biter there for a while, and
give me 1 second. We're getting report from Kyle Phillips here, who's going to talk to us. He was the referee of the last Unlimited game. Kyle, you were saying you called 1 slash. Is that right?
Correct, yes. 1 slash on Bolte, off Johnner under the key.
Yeah.
So other than that, it was pretty clean, fair, right? You know, there was a couple questionable calls, that happened early on. I think it was a little more of a scoop collision. Going for the ball, making a play on the ball.
Yeah, incidental scoop collision.
Exactly, right? So a little more lenient on that, just to make, what's going to play.
Let them play, And I will say, the game was decided by the play, not the calls.
Absolutely.
That is the goal of every referee, is that the teams decided the game, and they were safe and fair games.
there was the one quick scoring question. You got it right. I think the ref hung the wrong on one side and the wrong back the other.
And we gave the points.
We video reviewed it just to check. You guys got it right. So the play, the winning team won that game. As silly as it sounds. By inner John Madden, the team with the most points won that game.
Yeah, and also, great job on the. There was one shot that hit the center of the target. The laser didn't go, and you guys were all over that as well. So just really good job. They're calling for a referee, but that's not me.
And that is not me.
Yeah.
We had Chicago all laid out as to who was going to cover those games. It's not me, because that's my D team.
All right. Do we need to send you, Scotty, to go find a referee here?
I think so.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you,
I look
Kyle.
forward to refereeing the final game. So.
Yeah. Appreciate all your service here. This isn't an easy thing to do. All right, and we are off looking for a referee. Scott McCarthy is on the case. Oh my goodness! There's so much excitement, so much drama. There's so much drama in the Vernon Hills.
Noah, give me your thoughts about angry Zach Johnner that last game. Did his emotions play a factor in that victory for Michigan?
Yes, absolutely. So Zach Johnner became the engine that drove that Michigan car, right? So Sam Kim is clearly the threat. He's always going to be the threat. But yeah, Zach Johnner was the engine that drove that Michigan team to a angry Zach in particular.
Without question. I feel that, even with Jeremy being ice cold that game, they somehow still battled. He affected the game in other ways. Great defense on Bolte, several plays, deflecting passes, making sure he knew where he was on the court to stagnate Texas's offense there, just to get Michigan a couple extra buckets to keep them in the lead for good. So, good job out of both teams, first of all, both teams. But like you mentioned, Zach, once he got pretty upset at half, he came out and was firing. He was firing that entire game. Him and Sam Kim were the majority of that offense. So it was an amazing sight to see. I can tell you that. Him fired up was thrilling to watch from afar, and an amazing honor and pleasure to be able to commentate that type of competitive game again, from both teams. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, the effort, the energy, the expertise. Zach just throwing the game on his shoulders at times. In particular, to call them layups isn't fair. The really tight angle shots with his back to the basket as he turns to have to make them, and sends them in with such vim and vigor.
Yes. Great way to describe it. But yeah, now it's time to take that break, get your breath, collect your thoughts, grab a lot of water, and get back at it, because you have to defeat the Seattle team, the defending champs, 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Mighty tall order.
Absolutely. Now, Michigan looked pretty good last game, obviously getting that victory, and that was, like I said, despite 2 points from Jeremy Bennett. So if they can get him going, along with Sam Kim staying hot, I think they definitely have a legitimate chance of taking at least the first game and getting to that final game of Unlimited. So this is going to be a wild ride.
Yeah. Any given Sunday, right? So
it's Monday. Weird for a Nationals tournament, I know, but
but here we are, playing it out. And, you can really tell that Texas is off the court. There's a lot of enjoyment and excitement at the bar. The noises are spilling over. And good for them, and congratulations to that Texas team again. So any given Sunday. So this Michigan team has beaten this Seattle team. Maybe not this exact formulation, but Michigan's beaten Seattle before for sure. These cars are somewhere in the middle. We saw, they have more. They have played more games. They played one more game out here in the division. They just won a game that was lose and go home, win and you're in. For all of the stakes, they have proven it. I agree that fatigue is a factor, but we played 3 games. Tommy knows more than I do about almost everything WhirlyBall, so I may be making a mistake by disagreeing with him here, but I don't know that fatigue of a physical nature takes a toll yet for either of those teams.
You can play really on adrenaline if you have to. I mean, and at this point, I think with the stakes on the line, I don't think fatigue is a deciding factor here.
So I guess to that point, if you just played with adrenaline, and that's what got you through the last game, that's what got you through the last 2 games, and you have to come down off of that adrenaline, and then you have to ramp it back up. It takes a mental fortitude to be able to do that.
Sure, but since there's a D game on the court, it's the same thing I told these D guys before they went out there. They had a high adrenaline last game. Yeah. So the first thing you have to do is you have to come out screaming and yelling and get that fire back in you. Yeah. And I don't care if you're playing D, if you're playing Unlimited. If the fire's not there, you're not going to win a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for Michigan, it took Zach Johnner a couple scoop fouls that weren't called, maybe a couple slashes there to get the adrenaline going, to get fired up. He was in the zone to begin with. However, after those fouls that weren't called occurred, he was ready to go.
Let's just point out what happened here in the D game. John McCurdy from Seattle just drove in between 2 big goalies with scoops in his face, literally in his face, and he just shot the ball through him like he didn't even care. Incredible.
If you're going to be in that key, you got to have a powerful shot. So and that was very, very well executed.
So now let me ask you this. Was that the costliest non-called scoop violation ever? Because it fired up Zach. Zach turned in the engine that dragged Michigan forward. You got that scoop, in that face. You broke up that play, but you awoke a sleeping dragon.
I don't know if it's hard to say, because we'd have to review the tape to see if there was other controversial calls that were missed that were detrimental, to say the least, to the defeat of a team. However, I think Johnner was playing well before that.
Sure.
But after that fire was lit. He just put the team on his back, basically, and said, you know what? I got to do this, and I don't have a problem doing it. Yep. So, it might have been – you can't hang a loss on, I shouldn't have scoop fouled him and got him fired up. But some players do play straight off emotion. Man, he showed it that day.
Yeah, you love it. I would just like the moral of the story to be don't slash people. That feels like a good moral.
I would say don't slash genre.
Okay, that's the.
Don't awake the sleeping giant. Let him rest.
Nice screenshot set up there. Good shot by Rebecca. As the visiting Viking there holds down the defense.
The visiting Viking?
Yeah, so in that Viking person in car 13, that's Nate Parrish from Texas. He is subbing in as John McCurdy gets a block. So unfortunately, one of the Seattle players is unwell this evening and needs bed rest, and so they have a sub. So Nate Parrish from Texas, who name on the Seattle shirt is the Viking, is visiting from Texas as a sub for this DT.
Now I just needed some backstory. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would love to see Ryan there, number 4, go and fight him, because Ryan has literally in practice dunked the ball. I've never seen somebody else reach up and set the ball in the goal, but he has that much reach. He just doesn't always get fired up enough to reach it out there.
Yeah, that's number 4?
Yeah, he has enough reach to reach up and dunk the ball.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's disgusting.
That'd be a sight to see. I love that.
People went nuts off the court in practice. Why don't you do it all the time? I don't know. It just doesn't. We get the fire in him. Yeah. He's a great player, good competitor, just doesn't have the fire.
Well, that's kind of learned over time. I mean, the more you play this game and the more experience you get, you just kind of develop a moniker of sorts. Like there's cockiness, some people have that. Some people have swag. There's a lot of players with swag, but then some players do develop the fire. And if it's something that, needs to be established with that particular player, then yeah, we'd love to see it.
Oh, no.
Hook shot, lefty, come on! Put the points on the board.
Oh, they called the T on that one? Oh, man. Oof.
Great shot.
There
it is. There it is.
Oh, man, Matt, you gotta reach in and stop a hook shot like that, Matt. Come on. To see Matt, he's a number 10 there. To see his progress has just been something else. He came in saying he wanted to sit in the 5-hole, but he won't mind me saying this. He was a very poor driver. Mm-hmm. And I said, you can't sit in the 5-hole. You can't drive. It just everybody was getting around him. He has this tendency to attack with the nose, and we just worked and worked and worked. And you see how much he's worked and how hard he's worked to get there to be able to for the most part, hold down that 5 has just been absolutely phenomenal.
10 seconds left in the first half here. We're going to get a Viking 3. Oh, no. That would have been fun.
A Viking 3. Side shot just sails wide as the half comes to a close, 6-4.
And behind the backboard, underhand shot, a reach up and dunk it. I think what we're trying to say is anything can happen indeed.
Indeed.
Those are such momentum killers, too. When you have somebody buried underneath and he does something silly, like reach out and touch that up, it was a hell of a shot.
Yeah.
Now, Noah, didn't we see a similar shot yesterday in C from one of the Minnesota guys? Is that what it was?
John Wiederin shot that shot. I went and talked to him afterwards, and I'm like, is that a thing that you do? And everyone was like, yeah, we've seen him do that.
Wow. That's why he showed no emotion when he made it.
Yeah, and then after they said, like, yeah, we've seen that before, he kind of looked at me and went, kind of eyes kind of darting a little bit, and kind of under his breath said, it's not a very high percentage shot.
But you know what? It's not a 0% shot.
It's not a 0.
Hey, take it.
And when you do it with a straight face, like, yeah, this is just a Tuesday.
Yeah, there was no celebration, no, yelling, elation. It was just,
Yeah, oh, that?
I expected that.
That happens.
If it goes in, it doesn't matter how it got there.
Yeah. It's not my first time. It's your first time.
Yeah, it was our first time seeing it, but it certainly wasn't his first time shooting it. To your point.
Uh-oh.
3-2. Oh. Becca's got a great outside shot. Excited to see this. The core of this Seattle D team really is the pipeline of players for the future for us. Oh, nice.
Don has
lead
that
shot.
center shot about 3 welds. If you give him that screen and that open look, he's going to hit that at high percentage.
Oh, is that big Don?
That's Don.
I love this power blocking bumper battle.
You know, what was fun about coaching this D team through was I was hammering in the basics, and you know, well, I don't want to admit it while we're playing Seattle. I based a lot on Seattle and the things I've learned, and it was just we were struggling with the basics, and one day they came out and they said, you know what? No, instead now we're doing high walls, which they weren't even executing a low wall, and hey, we're doing rotations, even though we can't get our basic positions down. And
walk it in.
And man, they just decided one day we're gonna do all of this, and they nailed it. And it's been just a ton of fun to watch it.
That's great. That is really excellent.
Possession winding down here. 3 seconds.
Oh, crushed ball. Crushed ball.
That's fun.
Should,
They'll get 5.
it should go back. Should be a change of
Defensive
possession,
ends.
and then defensive ends. We're just calling it a.
Just calling it
possession
end of
clock.
30?
That's what it looks like.
As the time ticks down.
It's not the right call, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's
It's expedient.
one of those rules that people miss all the time.
Wow.
Ducks
Brendan
on the
Duck.
pass.
Just use your other hand.
Nah.
Attaboy, John.
Nice shot, Don.
Look at him measure.
Right
Just
over.
measured it like a ruler.
A little trash talking moat there, too. John's in. Oh, John's in.
Means he's learning from.
Goodness gracious. Deep shot. Bang, bang.
This is the D tournament, and that was a 4.5 welder. Or D business. That was a 4.5 welder.
It's a good shot. And, Ross has never seen a shot he doesn't like.
That was also a 4.5 welder.
Close tie game here.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
10 seconds left on the possession.
You know, I love hearing the sounds downstairs of hordes of people lined up for the Unlimited tournament. Oh my goodness. Scotty, I'm going to kick you off the mic real quick. We have a special guest.
All right. Thank you for letting me on.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, straight off the court from the Unlimited game where he just got his revenge off of the Texas team is Mr. Jeremy Bennett. Hello, sir. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
How we doing, fellas? That was awesome game. Texas played really good.
Yeah, they really did. And angry Zach Johnner showed up. And for a little while there, looked like he was strapped the team to his back a couple of times and drug him through the mud forward.
He put Zach in some really tough spots to make some tough shots, and he did. So he went into that game angry and executed.
We were talking about how maybe I was proposing that maybe that was the most costly non-called slashing in the history of WhirlyBall because it just fired Zach up and turned him into the Hulk.
Yeah, maybe you wanted to trade that for 2 points.
Yeah,
Calm him
maybe
down.
just let him shoot once.
Yeah, Zach carried him and Sam. Just laid it out.
Yeah.
On offense. Clint with a very clutch bucket at the end as well.
Yes. And I was calling out on that play, so you and Clint were both charging up. You read that Clint was going, and then you circled back and got under real hard to open up Clint to be able to do that.
The main adjustment going into that game, we wanted to have the threat of Clint to make some more space. And then Clint went up and executed. So it was more than just a threat. You went and did it. But yeah, we knew we needed to send a fourth face to make him think about something else. And Clint
create some space.
And that was the main change we wanted to make going into that game. I know Clint didn't go up a lot, but we at least gave him way more opportunities to at least.
When he went up, he converted, though. So,
Yes.
like you said, it was more than a threat. He executed very well.
Exactly. Ben played great defense as well. That was definitely a defensive game for us. Obviously, Sam is
Yeah.
but the defense owned that one.
Yeah, it was awesome. So we got another half to go here in this. Oh, no, this is the second half?
This is the second half.
So you got 4 minutes before your next game. Any thoughts going into Seattle?
Same team we played last year.
Yes.
They're very, very good. Our strategy of keying on that one marquee shooter isn't going to so much be the plan now,
Right.
because now there's all of a sudden there's 4 of them.
Right.
And no insult to Jordan. He can score too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, the idea of the load up on Bolte isn't going to work.
Yeah, and as we saw, who's going to be Barrett? Is it going to be Eric? Is it going to be Joe? Well, it turns out Brad Peters took Texas to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and we know this Seattle team coming up, they are well-rounded. They rotate. They go fast. It's what they want to do.
Yeah.
We kind of, unfortunately, have to try to play that same game with them, even though they're really good at it.
Now, Jeremy, what kind of adjustments do you have to make personally, actually? Because as I mentioned several times in commentary, you did all the little things in that game. Set up people, played very deflective defense. You were a menace to Bolte as you kept your eye on him the majority of the game, making his life a living hell to try to get up court. But you were visibly frustrated at your shot.
Yeah.
You didn't shoot well.
Yeah, frankly, my shot wasn't there, so the only contribution I could make is to keep Bolte off the scoreboard, even though since I couldn't get on the scoreboard myself. So I just had to step up the defense. The shot just wasn't there.
So what kind of adjustments do you feel like you're gonna make going into this next game? Because again, I mentioned several times, shooter's gonna shoot. Okay, so is it shooting till you're hot, or is it going to be affecting the game in a different manner like you did in the last Texas game?
Shooter's going to shoot. We're getting back to offense. We got to relax. I'm part of this offense. I got to be a contributory part of this offense.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Well spoken.
Shake off the last game. The only play that matters is the next one.
Absolutely. Well spoken. Well spoken.
So another question that we had that I didn't have a great answer to was, how about these shirts? Super sparkly.
Oh my God, Sam bedazzled these for us. We love them. Sam owns a bead shop, so Sam does he sells art supplies for people that do like beadwork. So Sam's also very good at beadwork.
Oh.
Sam Kim specials.
That's awesome. I was visualizing maybe Heisel would get up there and then do a little chest shimmy to draw some attention.
We were thinking about how is shimmying allowed. So yeah, we'll consider it against Seattle.
That's 2 points shimmying.
Excessive shimmying.
Excessive shimmying. A little glimmer, too much glimmering.
Yeah. But no, a minute and a half, I might get down and talk to the team. Thank you guys for commentating, doing all this. It's going to be fun.
It's a pleasure seeing you again. Good luck out there. Like you said, man, kick some. So we want to commentate 2 games.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm hoping to keep
That's
you
the
here for
goal.
an hour.
That's the goal.
We want you up here for an hour.
Good luck,
thanks,
Jeremy.
Guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and just to be clear, not all of us want to commentate for an hour. Yeah, I did not.
In the spirit of the game. In the spirit of the game. And not necessarily for the commentators.
That's right.
We would like to see 2 games. But for us, yeah, I completely understand. Especially for you. I missed the game. So you're over here the entire time holding it down as you always do.
Oh, no. It's not I want to be up here for an hour thing. If Seattle wins the first game, then Seattle wins. And as much as I try to hide
the bias, not the fatigue, the bias.
That's right.
Makes sense. Well, I'll tell you what. How about we compromise? Michigan wins the first one, and Seattle takes it.
You know
in
what?
the second one. How about that?
That would be fine too.
There you go. Compromise. Life is all about compromise. This one's going to wind down. Looks like they're passing the ball back and forth as they have a 2-point advantage. Shot clock and possession clock and game clock
are about
even. Yep. So maybe just roll it into the corner and call it a game. Chunks won, but he won't get it back in time. And that's going to be a win.
Man, close, hard-fought game. Seattle guys wanted it for sure. What was nice about this D game that we could hear in the booth is, and you could hear as the players exit the court, there is a rowdy horde of crowd out here to support the Unlimited tournament, and they are rocking hard for this D game. And
Without question.
It's one of the reasons why we schedule some D seeding games during the Unlimited game. We could have B games, we could have C games, but it's so important to expose the D players to this level of excitement, enjoyment, and just entertainment that the Unlimited tournament brings with it. The marquee event of the national tournament.
Yeah, without question. And, they get the same treatment when their actual tournament starts. So right now, this is just a sample of what they get to experience when their actual tournament starts, because there's support from every division when it comes to the tournament. So these D guys get to experience some of them for the first time. And, like you said, great crowd staying for the Unlimited games, but they show rousing support for the D guys that go out there. So it's great to see. Great community.
Yeah. So I'm watching these warm-ups here. We see Sam not really missing a shot, and Jeremy dialing it in. Shooter's got to shoot. I totally agree with you. You do at this point. You just have to be there. You have to shoot through it. I mean, this was the matchup that we knew was coming. Well,
did we know it was coming?
that some of us thought was likely to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the this is the matchup. Seattle, Michigan. This has got the historical context. These two teams precisely last year met in Cleveland, and Seattle won 2 games, and it was not close. Michigan has had a long time to look at that. This different Seattle team from years previous. They've had a long time to look at it. They've been thinking about it. They just got their revenge against Texas. They've been looking to their revenge against Seattle for a whole year.
Yeah, it's been boiling, festering for an entire year. But I'll ask you this, as we know that there's a difference in cars. And I'm not talking about these cars in particular because they even them out pretty well.
Yes.
But I'm talking about center-wise.
Yes.
So, Michigan plays more towards this center in their cars as opposed to last year in Cleveland, where Cleveland plays more similar to Seattle.
These are a pretty big hybrid. Also, I think one of the biggest changes to the car effect, certainly for Unlimited in coming years, is the fact that Michigan is now half brand cars.
Yep, absolutely.
And, are these cars on the spectrum of, Seattle bumper boats to Michigan clutches? Where are these cars? They might be closer. Cleveland might be closer to the bumper boats. These might be a little bit closer to the Michigan cars than the Cleveland cars, but they're not. It's not like Texas.
Great point.
I think these cars are still in the middle. They might even favor Seattle, the way you're able to get on the bumper and push, the way you're not able to pillow block from the opposite side. You can't grab a bumper from the wrong side of a car and hold somebody from rolling off.
Yep.
You do get rewarded for good driving, throwing your hips into it, power blocking, all the riding the bumper up the bumper like you can do. The bumpers here are a little bit stickier. Most of them are kind of sticky and deflated. They're not bouncy like the Michigan bumpers.
Mm-hmm.
It's all nuances, right? So in some ways they are more like Seattle cars. In some ways, like the torque curves, they move better when you have them moving like the Michigan cars. But I don't think there's much difference. Car disparity wise, I don't think the winner of this game you could blame on the cars either way. That's my thought as a biased Seattle person. It is possible that if you talk to a Michigan person, they would say, no, these are much more like brain cars. They push. That means it's different, and I would accept that opinion. They're a little bit different, but that's why the Unlimited Tournament isn't played on day 1.
Yes.
So here we are on day 2.5, and these guys have had a number of A games to figure it out. And we are underway with the first game of a possible 2 games in the final. Michigan has lost 1. They must win or they are eliminated. If Michigan wins, there will be a game 2. Seattle wins, it is over.
Man, I am so excited about the adjustments that each team is going to make to one another. These guys know each other. They've played multiple games against one another. And again, this is Michigan's revenge tour. Like we said, they had a year to fester on the loss that they suffered last year. Again, like you mentioned, two drubbings as Clint Fisher takes it off the face.
The WhirlyBall hit Clint Fisher in the face, and we got almost a 2-on-1, except Johnner is doing exactly what I said you couldn't do with these cars. He set a pillow block on the wrong side and grabbed them and held them. So, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like Clint Fisher's trying to shake off those cobwebs to get back in the game as he took a bullet pass straight off the noggin, but he looks like he shook it off very well as Michigan sets that 3-man wall here. But deep shot, ooh, just can't connect, a little high. Sammy's got the screen if he wants it, and connects. Stays hot from the last game.
So now Seattle jumped out to an early lead last year when they played Michigan. They jumped out to an early lead this year when they played Texas. They have not fallen behind to an early lead. Now they have the tenacity to fight through it. There's no quit in this Michigan team either.
Great shot.
Oh, gosh.
Barrett Davis from deep in the queue. Sorry, Chicago. I'm not in Cleveland anymore. I apologize. Clint Fisher driving straight down the middle, looking to set up Sammy once again. But they got to set their defense. They got to set their defense. Yep.
They're going to let Jeremy in, probably.
Clint Fisher sneaks in, but kicks it back out. Maybe he had an open look, but chose to pass up on it. Second shot goes high. But they did the right thing. They're set their defense first.
Yeah, buy some more time for their defense. Oh, boy.
Barrett straight off the bottom of the rim once again. We'll say it once, we say it again. That laser does not lie.
It doesn't, and Joe setting a nice deep screen there. Barrett eyeing it up. Maybe overshooting just a touch, but, get amped up. Peters in a wedge position. Jeremy not hitting there. Clint going to collect it. 10 seconds left in possession. Seattle's got to get inside wall. Johnner doesn't have an open screen. Oh,
it doesn't matter, but he has a window.
God, that was over Barrett with one weld separation, no screen.
Zach Johnner climbing your window and snatching your people up. Gets him on the board once again. 5-2 is the score here.
Ball is able to be controlled and corralled by Barrett, who sends it back to Joe. Michigan playing a 5-man defense. Love to see it. Seattle, 3 guys circling back. 4 people, look at it, they put themselves in a deep wall.
Quick outlet to Sammy. Jeremy looking to set the screen. Shot sells high. Clint Fisher on the cleanup. Oh, no is right. Passes up on the open look. Jeremy can't connect. Still can't find that shot.
Defense still needs help.
Under 10 seconds to go in the possession. Sammy fighting. Jeremy's got to set something up through Joe Tiffany here. Sets it high. I think that was tipped.
I think so. I think it was. I think Joe has seen the angle of Jeremy's shot enough that he knows where to put his scoop. Oh, no.
Oh, a rare turnover.
And Jeremy knows right where to put his scoop.
Oh! Joe Tiffany quick with the scoop. You thought you had an open look.
3-2 here for Seattle. Oh, no.
Eric. Jordan sells one high as well. They're coming from the break a little cold here.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of that tightness. Oh, boy.
Oh, and he's looking for another scoop foul. Will he get it?
I think he's incidental.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
We talked about expensive scoops.
Correct. Could that be the one?
We'll see when he turns and fires this.
Didn't they learn from Texas's mistake? Don't awake the sleeping dragon.
Oh, boy.
Side shot sails wide for Jeremy.
Okay, I think Seattle is getting away a little easy as they start to warm up here. And by that I mean, Michigan hasn't opened up this lead at all. Seattle's getting time to start figuring out their shots and get rolling, figure out who's hot. Someone's going to be hitting somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. It only takes one or two to get this team rolling.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter where it's coming from. But speaking of hot, Sam remains scorching hot for this Michigan team.
You can see that Michigan has chosen it's not going to be Joe that beats him. Look at that pillow block that Barrett's got on Heisel.
Amazing play there. Amazing. But quick in transition. Sammy, off the top of the rim.
All right. So
Barrett's going to take all that momentum, circle the midcourt.
I wonder if this doesn't start working real quick for Seattle. Okay, Joe's still staying inside in a defensive position.
Great defense there. Way to get a piece of that because Seattle did have numbers.
So they're not. Michigan's not double picking on Joe like they were with Bolte, per Jeremy's description. If they were, I'd expect Joe to go float like Bolte did.
Oh yeah, without question.
Sam a little
John
high.
are fighting inside, no good.
We're able to pick that up. 4-7 here with 9 minutes to go. A lot of WhirlyBall left. Everybody take a breath.
Joe working that momentum on the outside here. Looking to get Eric in, but they got to set the defense. Johnner is making it an absolute nightmare down there. He said you got to respect them, play that defense. And they may have had numbers, but Eric, well aware of the court, stayed back to fix the defense.
And they just caught Michigan with an early isolation here, maybe. Defense is not set. It's Barrett and Joe down there. Jeremy working that car.
Oh, absolutely.
Here comes Sammy with the screen.
Goodness gracious.
Nice.
You guys want to key on a guy, it's got to be Sam Kim.
Oh,
Goodness gracious.
Joe was calling for the backboard pass. The shot pass off the backboard.
Oh, no, another one.
Double rim. That's a really close miss.
Sammy actually
Joe in the
finally missed
key.
one.
Joe in the key. Peters is going to have to shoot this 2-1.
Just a bit low.
It was a good look.
Great look. Sammy lines up another one, no good. Looks like both teams coming out a little shivery, a little cold to start this first half. Midway through, 4-9 is the score. Michigan with the advantage.
Look at Peters work those bumpers into a 3-2. Jeremy pokes that away, able to be picked up. Oh, we got Barrett behind.
Through three scoops? No, gets the great pass. Oh!
High wall here, possibility for Seattle. It's a pretty dominant wall. They're trying to hold Peters in the key, so two of them are not attacking to break it.
Jordan one-on-one here.
Now that Peters is out, they're going to try and break the wall again.
Johnner's got to pass that. Yep, gets right out of that 15. Looks like he's going to just have to settle for the one-on-one shot.
Defense!
God, what a great driver there is.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And that's a hard task
Look
to
at
try
this
and
vertical
contain.
defense.
Yeah, to contain Johnner.
It's totally vertical wall. It collapses into a 3-2 here. Well, maybe. Looks like a 2-2 box.
Deep three, no good.
Might have been Sammy that got that.
Yeah, I think there was a little piece in there. Side may have the angle. No.
Man, Michigan has not had a clean look in the last few possessions.
Oh, Peters might break free on this one. Peters might break free. There it is. That'll be some of the momentum they're looking for. Man, like you mentioned, Noah, he is just so comfortable in the middle of that key.
Ooh, Sammy.
Oh, Sammy from his favorite spot.
There's another 2-on-1 opportunity. Oh, yeah.
The quickest trigger in WhirlyBall, Eric LaPlante. My God.
And he comes back to wedge it. Sammy from the hot spot.
Thinks twice about taking it.
Clint grabs the wedge.
But, denied. Joe Tiffany.
From the other side.
No good. Again, you got to look at the spray chart.
not as hot. From
Yeah,
that,
you
open body
gotta
side.
get back
And
into your spot.
Peters and Eric work a 2-on-1 again.
Well, guess who's got another dunk? Brad Peters.
Oh my goodness!
I told you, it only takes 1 or 2 to get the momentum swinging.
Look at this defense. Sam from the cooler side today.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that. Like I said, Eric LaPlante is everywhere. He does everything for this team. Doesn't get enough recognition.
Oh, laser.
Glenn Fisher from the middle of the court. That's where he likes to shoot from, right down the pipe. Another 2-on-1 situation potentially. Yep, that is good. Again, the laser lying once again as Brad Peters dead nuts center. The only time the laser does not go off. Never rewarded for great shots. And we wanted to see who was going to get hot, and the answer is Brad Peters. But
there it is,
Joe.
There
it is. The momentum swinging.
I think the ball went into Eric's car is why I wanted him to scoop. Glad to put it in the scoop to put it down. Otherwise, a handball violation.
Glenn Fisher looks to creep up the outside as Jeremy bounces off Joe. Sam Kim from the middle of the court works his way outside once again to the cooler side of the spray start. 3-on-2. Quick passing. Johnner can't convert as the ball goes into the door. Brad Peters, the hot hand in this half.
Another 3-on-2 opportunity here as Seattle has taken the lead for the first time this game.
Correct. Michigan has to find a shooter. They have to find someone other than Kim, other than Sam Kim, to put the ball in the bucket.
Look at this defense. High wall. Sam 1-on-1 on Jordan.
And that's the hot corner, though. He'll take that shot. Ooh. Jeremy's got to get one to fall here.
Yeah.
He is still cold from his last game.
I need one to fall. My stomach's in this. I need Jeremy to take one.
The hot hand, Brad Peters.
Time. He's not shooting that.
Oh, Joe Tiffany gets out of the key. 13-14 your score.
Oh, boy. Oh,
great defense. My goodness. So Jordan Huffman.
I think that was a a shot pass to Jeremy, but it just went so low.
Oh, there it is. Not scared to shoot. Always a threat on the court. Ben Heisel connects for 2 to put Michigan back up by 1.
Wow.
And that's the thing about these unlimited games. As you get into the higher levels, everybody's got to contribute in every way possible. And if that, the rare shot from Ben Heisel that goes up, he's got to creep up every now and then, and he connected on that.
They got a Barrett sandwich there, which is why Eric had to take that from distance. He couldn't commit to offense, otherwise Michigan would have had numbers. Seattle's got a 3-man wall with 2 wedges.
Brad Peters made the annoying defense. Yep.
No window there for Sammy. Johnner getting angry. Oh my goodness.
Shot doesn't connect there. But he wanted it. Brad's going to hit the outside. He's flying around this court. Looking to get the block on. Yeah. Clint Fisher once again.
Oh my goodness,
he is so comfortable down there. My goodness. Scoops all over him. Clint with a very long reach, as he's known for. Doesn't bother him at all. Just dunks it. There's one. Now we're here. Welcome to the show, Jeremy.
So now Seattle, almost all of their points have come from layups.
Yeah, they're getting in transition really quickly and taking advantage of the 3-on-2s.
And Michigan, almost all of their points are coming from outside shots. Ooh!
I thought he was going to say, hey, correct your statement, sir. But hey, the goal is to put the ball in the bucket, so it doesn't matter how they do it. Sam looking for the 2-for-1 opportunity. But you lost track of guess who? Oh, Brad Peters doesn't connect on that one.
I think Brad may have rushed that a wee bit.
Well, when you're feeling it, you're feeling it.
That's right. So. And, stuff in the key, and you might want to steal a 2-for-1, and there's a bunch of stuff here.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like Michigan is not overcommitting to the last shot. They're going to take it when they're open. They still have a defense in place.
Jeremy very comfortable with the shot,
yeah.
by the way.
Oh, yeah. He's going to take the time as far as he... Oh.
No, actually.
Better
Finds
shot.
Johnner for the screen. Oh, no
Better
good.
shot, but here comes another
4,
one.
3, 2, 1. Doesn't connect. Behind the back shot. Desperation, no good.
Wow.
And Michigan is going to take a 1-point advantage into this half.
Wow. Not a lot of scoring at the last couple of possessions there. Seattle getting into the black cars. We've said it before, the black cars are a little bit taller. We've seen the black cars feel like they've won most of the halves out here. But I didn't see a lot of like dunking on people or shooting over people or oppressive blocking. I think both sides are playing really smart volleyball and taking really good cards. Now, something really interesting is Ben Heisel, the goalie, is in the 2 car. The 2 car used to be the fastest car on the court. They have equalized them. The 2 car used to be a really good one.
You know, what I've seen from at least the way Brad Peters was maneuvering that car is Red 10 was flying around the court. It could have been credited to great driving because he is a fantastic driver. However, that thing looked like it had a little more giddy up, and Clint Fisher is going to be the man in that car. So, perceivably, the 2 fastest cars are 2 the guys that don't primarily play offense for this team.
Right. Yeah, it's possible. Now, they did do the car equalizing, and so it is quite possible that, you know, that's the way it was before. Of course, Brad Peters, as you say, was flying around. Some of that's because he was staying off of bumpers and just scooting.
Yeah.
And you get that flow, it keeps rolling. My goodness, I'm just thinking back to Tommy's comments about fatigue, and I got to tell you, Sully, it's creeping in for me. These adrenaline roller coasters, I don't know how much more of this I can take. I am struggling to come up with coherent observations, but again, I'll point out, you'll notice how attentive the Seattle team, how much respect they have for Christy Schmidt, with her experience, her perspective. They've been helping this team, a tremendous amount. You know, her opinion, her observations are always critical. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are people getting some statistics that are tracking it that she is aware of. Even the Michigan team with all the infrastructure they have, these are the guys, right? They've got the perspective. They don't need somebody to tell them to calm down, take a breath when their defense is screwed. This is the top echelon. These guys are on-court coaches. Any one of these guys could draw up more about strategy than anybody else.
Well, listen, you know, it's a 1-point game. Michigan has the advantage. And as far as adjustments go, what are you seeing on the court? I mean, the only hot hand really in that first half was Brad Peters for Seattle.
And so, again, my big observation is Seattle was scoring layups. So for Michigan, I would tighten up that defense, right? Mm-hmm. I'd make sure that you stop the layups. You stop the layups before Seattle take an outside shot. They haven't established anyone as a hot hand outside. You know, even Ben Heisel hit a shot. Sammy from his hot spot.
Yes.
On the right side, you know, the attacking right side is hot. Here comes a nice double deep screen. Barrett over the middle, looking for the gap. Ooh.
Finds it, but can't connect.
Peters able to pick up this rebound, I think. Yep, fights off Ben Heisel. Here comes, Barrett able to corral that spicy pass.
And like you mentioned, they still haven't established, again, a hot hand from the outside.
Yep.
Maybe the game plan is just to work your way inside this half and continue to get as many layup opportunities, although I would say they are few and far in between. But Brad Peters always finds a way to get in his zone, which is right in that key.
And I think Joe was able to disrupt that pass just enough for Jordan and Brad to drop inside. 10 seconds left of possession. They're setting up an outside shot and see if Heisel does it again.
Fakes the shot, goes back inside to Sam. Sam 3 scoops all over him in different angles. Floats one up, no good. A very defensive-minded game as we saw fireworks the past 2 games between Texas and Michigan, and first off, Michigan and Texas and Michigan, and then Seattle beating. There it is.
You know, one thing we saw in that first game was that Joe played a lot of defense, and he wasn't one of those hands that started getting hot. And so we haven't seen him on the offensive side as much as we will this half, is my guess, especially after that shot hit.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to see one down. Now, see, the court flipped, and when you flip the court, the hot spot remains in that corner.
The attacking right side.
Yep, without question. Again, since 1991, established that corner shot that he is famous for. Continues to drill him in this game.
Speaking of drilling him, big 3. Nice cushion for Seattle.
Cushion, they're trailing.
Well, if they hit the 3, it would have been 2.
Well, yeah, it's a 2-point swing is big, especially in this defensive-minded game so far.
It would have been a full 2 points instead of the 1 point where we're switching lead.
Yeah, without question, that 1 point might come into play here.
Oh, yeah. 12 minutes left. 1 point game. Struggling for every point.
Yeah, and credit to those guys. I mean, every guy is playing defensive-minded. Set the defense first. They're very aware that there are some open screens that they have completely passed on just to make sure the defense is set on the other side.
High wall here for Seattle. Instead of the 4 welds.
And I like that court awareness from Eric. He said, you know what, I can take this shot, but I want to make sure this wall is going to be set first. Great piece.
How frustrating that might have finally been the one that goes in. Barrett and Joe 2-on-1 here.
Just to get a little
BP
tip
of the
of
3-on-2.
that. Oh, good. Brad looking in confusion about what happened. As we got an answer from the other side, Sam in the cool spot actually connects one from the other side.
Seattle down by 3.
Even Joe Tiffany has a look of confusion on his face. Maybe they thought that shot went in. But they weren't looking at the referees asking for points, so
yeah.
I'm going to assume not, but still. Well, Brad and Joe Tiffany, wow, Clint Fisher, they were confused about something. I can't tell from the perspective here what it was, but there was something going on. But they got to get their head back together.
Oh, Jordan getting big.
What a quick scoop, man. The window closed so fast. Timeout is being called.
Good timeout.
Very early in the half.
Figure this out. Something they're doing isn't right.
Yeah, something's going on. Again, there is a look of confusion on Joe Tiffany's face. And I wonder what it is. I wonder what this next conversation is going to be about. I think we're switching cars.
We're going to switch.
We're switching cars. So Eric goes into 13. And Joe's Tiffany floats over to 21.
All right.
Well, maybe I assume it's a car issue or just how they're playing functionally.
So I wonder if Eric was in the dog and he couldn't make it work, and they're going to switch it to Joe in the dog, and maybe Joe will go float. Sam wishing his best to WhirlyBall Nation here with a nod and a kiss to the crowd. And up in the commentator booth.
I've been high as all. So Seattle, fresh off the quick timeout, discusses a few options to do something different for the remainder of this half. Again, a car change.
Down by 3.
Joe Tiffany and the plant switching. A long opening 3 does not connect.
All right, Jordan bouncing to the outside, cover side.
Took the 3, trying to get a tie game, but they were able to reset the wall here. But Sammy's going to take a deep one and connects. Great quick pass. Sam was not there to get. Jordan could not connect on the tough angle shot, but again, great pass from down court to get him. as Michigan sits on this 5-point lead.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Zach Johnner, man, this team is literally getting carried by 2 individuals on the offensive end. And Seattle needs to make a minor adjustment to say, hey, maybe we need to get the ball in the hands of Jeremy because he's the one not hitting right now. And pay more attention to Sam. Great shot.
Now it's a 2-on-1 against.
Man, all that yelling and elation from that big shot from Barrett gave us up a 2-on-1 on the other end to get 2 of those points right back. As Michigan sits now with a 6-point advantage.
See if Barrett can do it again, baby.
No good. Oh, fighting
Peters
inside
able
for that
to-
loose ball.
Oh,
Jeremy! Quick with the scoop. Even Brad Peters has to get off a little smile on his face for that one.
Yeah, it's incredible. That body position, that's good, came up so quick.
Without question. Game recognized game. Once again, Jeremy affecting the game in different aspects. Clint Fisher inside.
Wow.
Layup is good as the lead expands here to 8 points.
Not a great way to come out of that timeout for Seattle. That 3-point deficit has turned into an 8-point deficit.
Yeah, it's like the timeout benefited Michigan.
Timeouts are a double-edged sword.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Sammy lines one up well.
Oh, my. Somebody better start doing something for Seattle, otherwise we're going to be here for another game.
Man, I thought the heat wave went through Cleveland the other week. It's clearly arrived here in Chicago as Sammy continues to be scorching hot from the outside. Clint Fisher making his way up court here.
This is Sammy's hot spot.
That's the one.
Too deep.
I don't think there's
Looking
such
for a
thing as
pass.
too deep for Sammy. Clint Fisher looking to set up right behind Johnner here. Clint Fisher, no good. Sails low, time expiring, pokes it into the corner. 10-point advantage here for Michigan.
Seattle not smiling, not laughing, looking, hoping, trying to find the bit of increasing desperation. Some way to put some points up.
And the crazy thing is, one of these guys gets hot, that 10-point lead can evaporate really quickly.
Yeah.
But Michigan may be looking to slow it down just a bit. But Sammy says, nah. But covered well by Brad Peters. Gonna check his defense, sets up the deep shot, and, well, it's almost automatic at this point. Sam shoots, Sam scores. Simple as that.
Brad
Nice
Peters
shot from Brad Peters to answer the 2 for 2.
keeps it to 10.
How did
Oh,
that pass
my
get through? My
goodness.
goodness. Even the tip was not enough to change over the possession.
So I think at this point, Seattle's going to have to make a big change if they want to have a chance in this game. They're going to need to shoot threes. They're going to need to, I don't know if double cherry's the right thing because that'll just give Sam open shots.
Sam would actually love if you go ahead and cherry pick.
Something's
The
gotta
double
change.
float would not be good for them. But yeah, someone's got to start lacing some threes. There's no doubt about that. Quick with the trigger, Eric LaPlante. Oh, I think Jeremy got a piece of that.
I think Eric was taking a wrist shot.
Sam checking the defense. They're beat right now, but Clint Fisher's going to come back to correct it here.
So here's Seattle double floating, I think.
There's one.
Seattle looking for some mojo. You can see them hanging with bated breath on that one shot. Jordan going to just pick up Sammy. Gives someone else a screen shot. Jeremy gives Clint the green light. Oh, Eric!
How in the world did that happen?
Eric got behind Barrett. Barrett was unable to catch up to it.
Very smart try from Clint Fisher. As the 2 points was answered on the other end, as Seattle has elected to do just what you mentioned there. They're going to go ahead and double float. Brad Peters not going to offense or defense at all. They're just going to sit right in the key behind Joe Tiffany and hopefully pray for some misses from Michigan.
Yeah, and
to get some points fast.
Sammy for 3.
Ball's got to get down court quickly. Oh, off the top of the rim. Even Joe's looking at the rim like, how in the world did that not count?
Oh, boy.
Jordan was all over him, but no.
That one also doesn't count.
Yeah, how in the world did that would not go in? Joe looking to roll one up on his high shot. Yeah. Patented. Look at how beautiful is that?
All right.
Like, how beautiful is that? The ability to make a shot like that and just roll it up the back.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Oh, man. Go ahead, Noah.
It's worth mentioning, as we're talking about Joe Tiffany's patented high shot, that rolling it up and cheesing it was patented by Mr. James Gill and licensed to Joe Tiffany. James Gill, the winningest WhirlyBall player of all time.
My apologies. I didn't know the credit on that beautiful high shot was licensed and patented by Mr. James Gill. But James Gill, he made it a hot line. Joe Tiffany made it a hot song.
I think you're on the wrong side of that battle.
Listen, I'm looking at the last second that this man. Oh my God!
Sam Kim is not like us.
He's not like us.
So this game is
over
in garbage time. Seattle looking to find some mojo here. This is an emotional battle to set up for the next one. Michigan on their revenge tour. 13 points.
Officially the revenge tour.
At 2 minutes.
Yeah, they got their revenge against Texas. Now they're looking to get it the same in Seattle as they take game 1 here in this unlimited final.
What a string. So Michigan loses the first one. Then they win 2 in a row, 2 elimination games.
Yeah. Talk about pressure.
Here's a big smack in the face for Seattle. That maybe it's not all sunshine and roses. This is the first hardship in 2 years that this team has faced.
Yeah.
First game they've lost to this Michigan team. Nobody's going to quit. This team is going to re-energize and come back. This Michigan team is going to ride this. They are going to be ready. A lot of stuff can happen. Jeremy could find his shot.
There it is.
And if that shot wakes up, Seattle's in a lot of trouble.
Maybe Clint Fisher taking that pass off his face at the beginning of the game just kind of got him, woken up, refreshed, because he made a lot of impactful plays in this game. A lot of the guys did. Everybody contributed, but it was definitely Sam Kim. That was the problem.
Yeah.
He was the problem.
And going in that it's Sam Kim, and you want to make somebody else beat you, and then Sam Kim still beats you from the corner.
Hey, listen, you know where your shot is. You know where your comfort zone is. Take the shot.
Yeah. 10 seconds left in this game to make it official. We've been in garbage time for a while. Sam eyeing up the last shot. 4-3. 45-29 is the final score of the first game of this unlimited championship.
And we said it was a defensive struggle at the beginning, but then when those cars flipped, because normally we said the black has the advantage.
Normally, but not in that second half.
Not in the second half whatsoever. So as they take a breather, I feel like I'm going to do the same thing. Stretch the legs out a little bit. And we've got one more game.
So now I expect one more D interlude. And Sully, I am going to leave you while I run for some refreshment.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need some water too. So I'm going to take a break here myself, and we'll reconvene. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies as I join you with the game in progress after a couple of incredible back-to-back threes to start this final elimination game of the Unlimited Tournament. Barrett just missed a tight angle shot. Clint going deep under the basket. A little too deep. This elimination tournament game as we're joined by Sully again for commentary again in progress.
We're back.
Michigan takes the lead back 5-3 in this unlimited tournament where every team has won and every team has lost, and in every permutation every team has beat every other team except Seattle has yet to beat Michigan. If Seattle can beat Michigan, they are the Unlimited champions. If Michigan can do it a second time, they are your 2024 Unlimited champions. This game is for everything. One game to decide the year.
Yes, and it was a quick intermission as well. I mean, they got right back after it. We were barely able to get some water before we had to jump back up as the game was underway.
Joe Tiffany with a long shot, picking up Sammy. Sammy in the wrong corner.
Look at Red 10. I told you, Red 10 is zooming around this court.
Wow.
And Clint Fisher has the rights to that car.
Oh, Barrett over Ben. Getting that mojo flowing.
Look at him yelling up court. He says this young man needs some help. Hit him with the all-day baby chant. Joe Tiffany breaks free. No, doesn't convert to the layup. Oh, Barrett Davis doesn't connect on that one as well. They get out of the...
No, the key violation there, so they had to give up the ball. As Eric gets buddy bumped over. Let's see if Jeremy's was able to find it. He's being disciplined about it, trying to set a screen over the middle. That's a lot of space for Sammy. Just a little too deep.
Closes the gap just enough to not deflect the shot, but alter the shot just enough.
Barrett's over the back high shot. He enjoyed it from one weld, but not two.
He wanted it though. You can see it in his eyes. He wanted to light up that backboard one time for the one time.
I mean, Barrett Davis, there's no bad shot. But there is often a better shot. For it. Jeremy might have a lot of space here.
No! Tiffany!
So Barrett takes not a great car.
Put some respect on that young man's name. Pump fake from Jeremy, swings it out to Johnner.
Peters covering that ground so quickly. 5 seconds left.
Oh
my goodness, Johnner.
Patience pays off. Connects for two.
Almost a hook shot. High crossbody hook.
Yes, it's interesting to see that they put Barrett in what is essentially the dog of the court.
And they're going to make him float. Yeah. And he can do a lot. So they want Barrett to be able to hold two back. They want him to be a threat.
Fighting for position. Nice. He's going to work his way inside. Looks like he loves that nice high shot. He might demand the ball if the ball turns over.
Long two. Jordan able to corral it and sends it to Brad Peters, who makes a Willie Mays catch.
Look who broke free.
Over the shoulder. He made it look so much easier than it actually is.
Absolutely incredible play there.
Oh, and again, Brad, the deciding factor here as Joe covers that ball and drives it away. The veteran move. Clint is now Michigan's cherry picker as Eric finds his shot.
Eric plants one in the back of the net. Puts him up with a tie game here, 9-9 with 9 minutes remaining.
Triple nines, baby. Jeremy circling around. They've got Johnner sandwich. They're letting him go to follow Jeremy. You can see Jordan locking eyes with Jeremy, not letting him go. Eyes on Clint. They're going to let Clint shoot.
Measures that three-pointer, just falls short.
Wall pass to Eric, who's going to see it again.
Pump fake shot, no good.
Peters up the middle. Little high, sailed it a little bit.
Well, again,
Joe able to disrupt the pass, and Peters able to clean it up.
well, Clint was doing his best to alter that shot, so he went just a little high to try to get over the tall scoop of Clint Fisher.
Big
so it
turnover.
Might have altered that shot, but we got them in transition here.
Big turnover. With the game tied, Jordan looking for the ball. Jordan wants the angle shot. Pull that wedge away. Little less angle. High shot, Jordan wanted it.
Gracious. Now they got him fired up. They are yelling and hooping and hollering at every
Sam's
score.
going to quiet him down here. Oh, man. They're feeling it.
Measuring. Yes, sir.
11-11. What a game. Barrett might have this. Nope, too deep. He doesn't like it. That Heisel, excellent position.
Yeah, without question. Great recovery there. For anybody else, that's 2 points. Ben Heisel, such a great driver, gets right back in position to defend.
Big high wall for Michigan. 6 wells. Holding Seattle so deep, all 4 of them. Jeremy with a wide open shot that he loves. He sees that Sammy is pinched, sees that Sammy is free. His defense is going to be all right, and he sends it. John are working for this. Barrett going to pick it up. Jordan wide open. He wants it.
Measures, but no, not take the shot there. Looking for help.
Doesn't want to take a bad shot in the first few seconds of possession. The defense needs to get set. Trying to be measured and disciplined. Perfect bump to prevent Clint from intercepting that pass.
Look at this great rotation by Seattle. Try to create an open look.
7 seconds left. Jordan's shot was elevation perfect, but off to the left.
Michigan looking to set up number 2. There's the man with the hot hand, Sam Kim.
He is on the spray chart. The wrong corner. That's the left side of the offense. He's been killing them from the right side.
That's very true, as that shot sails way wide. Looks like Clint Fisher is looking to affect the game more on the offensive end this time. As he does have, once again, like I said, that red 10 car is wicked fast. Able to establish position here. Cross court to Johnner. Shot, no! Oh, no! Denied.
Incredible. Tie game here still. Not many points scored in the last 2 possessions. 11-11. Screenshot here for Peters. Jordan with the delay of game. 1 point score. Yeah, it was a clear delay of game.
It doesn't matter if you meant to catch it or not.
Intent doesn't matter in that. It cannot wind up in your scoop. With the old system that Chicago had that was a little bit more delayed, sometimes a good shot wasn't indicated a good shot until you had already picked up the rebound. Sammy!
No good from the hot side.
Yeah, I wonder if Joe is feeling it. Peters is in the key. Wow, he comes around on Clint!
Everybody's yelling. Everybody's feeling it.
So now they are feeling the adrenaline. They are full of juice. Are they going to be able to keep this up through halftime? Jordan's car just died a little bit. Sammy from the hot corner. Oh, no. Pick up the ball. Let's see if Johnner can do it over Joe.
He altered that shot just enough to try to get him to shoot it high.
Defense is in trouble. Joe is feeling it, but the defense is in trouble.
Johnner works his way inside. This is going to be 2. Yes, sir. Pulls back within 1. Look at the work Barrett is putting in.
Peters is going to get open here. Not quite a 2-on-1. Nope. He finds the gap.
Man, if Seattle comes out and wins this game, I think the MVP is clear. It's got to be Brad Peters.
Yeah, there's a lot of whirly ball left on a tight game to be talking about it. But Brad Peters is doing great work.
I mean, all 3 games that this man has participated in, he has been nothing but electric.
I agree. 14-17, Seattle with their first lead. Or I guess maintaining their first lead.
Sammy looking to wind one up behind Johnner. Just off the bottom of the rim.
Again, you wish Michigan had the spray chart so they could see that Sammy's hot spot is the crossbody side.
You got to rotate him over to the other side. You got to get him where he's been putting up buckets.
Oh, Jeremy just low.
Yeah, in a close game like this, I mean, Jeremy has to get going.
Eric working his way up the middle. Almost pulled enough attention away from Barrett. 3 minutes left. Oh, Jordan just missing. That's a great shot.
Jordan crawl one up the back of the scoop, trying to get that high shot. Puts the board, just misses high. Goodness gracious, Joe Tiffany! What is with these intense blocks?
Incredible. Jordan calling for a deep screen over Barrett.
We're approaching this.
And there's a 3-2. Okay.
Oh.
Defense is a little bit in trouble here. Peters able to get inside.
Oh, the quick wrister around the head of Brad Peters. No good from Johnner. Joe talking a little bit as he works Brad Peters up court. Might have another one from the middle here. Whoa. No good. Frustrated at himself because he knows that's a shot he normally connects on.
He's coming up a little bit from the crossbody side. Most of the other ones are coming up on the open body side. Joe gets
another piece. Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Clint Fisher.
So Joe gets Sammy. Was that Sammy that Joe got again?
Yeah, I do believe. Clint Fisher, nothing but height, and you can't teach that.
So now Zach trying to keep Joe out. For the first time in a long time, trying to keep Joe out of goalie.
Quick trigger, no, good.
Usually Joe's offensive prowess means that's who you want as goalie. Clint's in the key, and Brad Peters with a block.
It doesn't matter who you put at goalie, no. Everybody's getting blocks. This is a Seattle block party.
Full block party.
Even with all those defensive stops, they only maintain a 2-point lead.
Incredible. And they should have a 2-for-1 shot here. Did Heisel might tip that up.
Either way it goes, Michigan's going to change over possession here. Approaching 30 seconds left in the half. Full of excitement, full of great defensive plays.
Seattle's going to, oh boy.
Oh, watch yourself.
Show me what you're working with. 15 seconds. 3, 2, Jeremy from way downtown.
No good.
10 seconds. Joe wants it. Yeah, it's not it. It's going to be Jordan.
It's going to be Jordan. No, a bit high.
That's all right. Seattle goes into the half with the lead. They wanted a little bit more of a lead, not a lot of breathing room.
Oh, that is no type of breathing room. 2 points to these guys. They need to get Sammy going. As you can see, the difference from the last game to this game is that Sammy was hitting everything. And in this particular half, I haven't seen too much of him.
So now I've mentioned this a couple of times, and by that I mean probably every half of this tournament. But the black cars are a little bit taller.
They wish they were a baller.
They wish they had a girlfriend they would call her and maybe drive some sort of Impala.
Etc., rabbit in a hat. Yes, I hear you. A little bit taller indeed. So was that affecting the blocks they were getting? Because those extra inches, they matter.
They matter. And so that block party is just a little bit harder to build in the red cars. And so if You know, the reason why Seattle is in the lead right now is because of the preponderance of blocks that they had to be able to shut down most of Michigan's offense, particularly Sam Kim. Sam also was on the spray chart would have showed Sam as cold.
Yes.
For most of that half. His hot side this tournament has been on the offensive right side, about 2 welds out. And he was taking a lot of the shots early in that half on the left side, where he was just colder.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, when this car changes over, he's going to probably try to get into that zone, that area that he was hitting everything from. So, you know, Michigan's going to have another guy to step up. Even if Sam gets into that hot streak, gets a couple shots to fall, who else is going to be able to support that offense? And on the defensive side, again, Ben Heisel doing his job, doing his part, but someone else is going to have to get a couple of stops, deflections, blocks, whatever it is, because the turnovers, they matter. I mean, a lot of those blocks from Seattle went back straight to Seattle. So those blocks led to a straight turnover, not just the deflection. So those extra possessions in a one possession game are going to matter and going to be the key to this second half.
As we begin this second half here, you know, it's also if Jeremy gets hot, this game is different. If another Seattle shooter gets hot, Clint taking Peters all the way back. Joe for 3.
There's Joe Tiffany lighting up the net for 3.
Incredible to start that off that way. Michigan is attacking with 4. Jeremy's going to have to go back if Eric goes.
They rotate very well. Look at that.
4 cars on Sandy.
4 cars.
With 5 seconds left, they're getting to him. Jeremy for 3.
That could be the one he needs to get the momentum rolling. Brad Peters misses.
It's a safe shot with Barrett on the wide side. Going to roll over the screen here.
Again, look at that 10 car zooming. That's the car that he had in the first half last game where he put up all those points. He's right back in 10, and he's looking to make an impact offensively in this half. Does miss on the first 2 shots, but that's not going to deter him from continuing to fire away.
Look at this wall. Oh! Zach finds a rare moment when Joe didn't see that there was an opportunity there. And an immediate turnover.
Hand down, man down. You know the rules.
And it is a tie game after that with a turnover that brings the initiative back to Michigan, and John are just missing.
Well, it's just like I mentioned, Michigan has to find a way to force some turnovers. They have to force a couple turnovers, get a couple plays to go their way on the offensive end.
The next score takes control of this game. With 13 minutes left in this single elimination tournament.
Zach looking for somewhere to go, dumps it off to Jeremy. Jeremy hit his last shot. He's going to hit. No, never mind. Just a bit to the right.
Oh, no, another turnover!
Unforced error by Seattle. Sam Kim is in. Oh, but just enough of a deterrence.
And I heard the whistle for 5 in the key.
Yeah, he soaked up all 5 seconds in the key to try to get that shot.
Peters has got the shot here.
But another miss.
Another high wall by Seattle.
Coming out of that half cold a little bit, missing on his first 3 shots.
So he just needs to take a breath again. Tie game, 21-21 with 12-12 remaining. A lot of 2s and 1s.
Clint Fisher finds himself a window from the middle of the court.
Eric's going to be wide open here. Yeah, baby!
Again, the quickest trigger in WhirlyBall. Jeremy could not recover in time, and that is just easy money for Eric.
You know, there's some shots that look like, yeah, that's the shot that they're most comfortable with. And that looked like the shot that Eric is most comfortable with.
Without question. Without question.
Sam Kim again on the spray, as the spray chart would say, is on the wrong side.
Yeah, he's not fighting to get position to try and get open.
I would love to think that that's a Seattle strategy, but I think that's just lack of metrics being available.
It's into it. Peters. Looking for the fadeaway, goes cross court.
Jordan looking to pick up the wedge there for Eric. Who's found that? Eric getting hot is the game changer.
Eric is so hard to defend. I mean, again, such a quick trigger. You think you got your scoop up in time, and the answer is you didn't.
Well, and it's important to give some flowers to Jordan there. You saw Jordan could have taken the shot, but he drove over to grab the wedge and set up his guy.
Absolutely, you know.
Selfless whirlyball there.
Yeah, sometimes you affect the game without getting on the scoreboard yourself, and that was one of those plays.
Oh boy, Johnner's wide.
Goodness gracious. How quick on the trigger can you be? Even Joe Tiffany had to give him props for that one with a little slap, of the scoop there.
Little high five.
Little high five with the scoop, little high five. Once again, game recognized game. And Zach Johnner is not looking unfamiliar.
Peters is going to have this one. 10 seconds left. Good high wall set. Peters is hitting.
There it is. We knew it wasn't going to take him long to get hot out there.
Jordan rolling to pick up Clint. Nice high wall here by Seattle. Beautiful high wall. Joe inside on Johnner. Jeremy going wide. Eric going to pick him up. Looking for a pass. Johnner going to pick off Eric. Sammy's going to get a nice long two.
There it is. Straight from the middle of the court, connects for two. Crawls back with it too.
This is unlimited whirlyball right here. Eric driving way past the screen. Thought about it just a little too much, double clutched it. Little heat check.
Yeah, Jeremy playing that annoying defense, making sure he's got that scoop going side to side.
Look
so
at
the window is closing.
All the work Barrett's doing to stay on Jeremy. Jordan rolling on Sam. Clint gonna try it. I'm sorry, Johnner gonna try it. There's no other option, and Joe reads it. Joe read the backhand.
He says he's seen this movie before and he already knows the ending.
God, Joe is so instinctual. Unbelievable how that is so easy for him.
Yeah, it's so tough to defend. Joe real quick with the scoop.
Jordan taking a shot. Defense isn't perfectly set. There it is, inside wall, big wedge. Sam might get an open screen here.
Sam creeping to his side.
Look at that space. Driving into the wedge to create all that space. Still with the discipline to say, we got 10 seconds. There's no rush, baby. Clint taking the shot with 5 seconds left.
Joe Tiffany look at the whip it down court, but doesn't have the numbers, thinks better. We got to fix the defense as Johnner is in the key. Johnny on the spot. Jordan Huffman is there.
Nice pillow there by Eric. Let's see if we can roll on Clint. Nope, Clint. Oh, great driving.
Yeah, even with the speed disadvantage, Ben Heisel was able to get back in position to set up back. Go back behind the screen set by Eric.
Oh, Peters. Goalie's in trouble. Oh, Jordan in the nick of time.
Thought about it.
Great work. He was way out of position, but by the time the ball got there, he had enough time to fix it. Johnner wanted that so bad. Sammy wants this.
Seattle's playing with a lot of intensity.
They really are. This is for everything. And Sammy hits a three.
Says, cool it down, buddy.
They gave the points to the wrong side. They're going to fix that.
Oh, come on.
They're going to fix it.
Scoreboard here. Is that correct?
I think that three was good. They were up by 4 and Sam hit a 3. I think that may be correct. They got a lot. Oh, Barrett just missing. They got a lot of people helping them up there. I trust Kyle.
Boys. Check the tape.
Kyle and Bill are all over it. I'm not worried. I mean, how quickly they were able to fix that score. I think Kyle and Bill had the numbers.
They're on it. They're on it. 1v1 me again, bro.
Johnner misses the forehand around Jordan. Crashing a little vertical here. Committing 4 up a little.
Oh, Peters wanted the ball. I think he had a slight angle to try and get a shot off, but he couldn't get it.
15 seconds left.
Look at that hustle, maintaining the possession there.
Still a 3-2 that they're going to execute. Eric up the middle. Oh my goodness, Heisel able to redirect that shot.
I don't know, I don't believe how quick you are.
Yeah.
Not quick enough on that one. Great deflection.
Oh, nice buddy bump by Eric to pick up Jeremy. Beautiful.
Second and a half court here. 1 point game.
Oh, it's a 2-point game. Should be a 2-point game. I think that was a 3. There it was. So now Michigan retakes the lead for the first time. Oh, and Peters ties it back up.
What were you saying about a lead? I know you meant to say tie.
Oh, did I say tie? Sorry. Ties it up again.
But he said takes the lead as soon as he connected on the shot. And I said, oh, you meant to say tie.
Meant to say tie. Barrett fighting to get out of the game. He is at it. They've
Swing
got
it for the 2-on-1. Nope. Brad Peters going to lean it.
Oh, Heisel.
And Heisel. Johnny on the spot.
Okay, tie game, 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the Unlimited Championship. It's a new game.
Oh.
Nice bump by Peters to send Jordan into position. Eric's diving inside Clint. Sammy's on the cooler side of the court for him, but he's just hit 2 threes in a row.
Straight from the middle of the court. So now we got to update the spray chart.
Joe defending Sammy, giving Johnner the open look, saying, let's let somebody besides Sam beat us.
Oh,
Barrett catches everything.
The hat. Oh, he should have buried the shot right after he got the hat back on. That would have been great.
Oh, and he does!
And he does. Right on cue. Excuse me, I spoke too soon, and I apologize. Hat on, shot in.
Barrett with the hat trick to put Seattle up by 2.
Jeremy couldn't find that long shot there. Michigan trails by 2 here.
Oh, Joe's got this.
Yes, he does. Rolls it right up the scoop. 4-point game here. Michigan's going to play it out.
Big high wall. Barrett might get trapped there if Jeremy sandwiches him. Big high wall. And they're not attacking with enough to break it because they got Barrett trapped. Barrett is out. 10 seconds left and they don't have much.
Clint Fisher's going to take it here.
5 seconds left. This is going to be desperation. And the block.
Tried to float one over his head there.
The tide has turned to this game, and it's only 4 points with 3 minutes remaining.
Brad Peters dribbles it up court. Looking to set up behind Eric. Fadeaway shot does not connect. 3 minutes remaining here.
Sammy open there. Peters.
Timeout is called. Wow. Jeremy looks at the clock and says, wait a second, let's think about this next possession here. Down by 4, under 3 minutes remaining.
Barrett is working hard.
Home. Winner is your 2024 Unlimited Champion.
Oh my goodness.
The highs, the lows, the ups and downs. What a tournament.
Sully, I'm exhausted.
You should be.
This game has had absolutely everything. And the lulls that we were seeing, the momentum shift, Seattle clearly with the momentum there towards the end. A great timeout to try and ice them. You see the Seattle guys smiling and laughing, which is how they play best. You see the Michigan guys looking at Sammy. And now to Jeremy, trying to find what to do, coming up with a plan. Their plan's not bad.
No.
Their plan beat Seattle once already. But they find themselves down by 4 with 3 minutes remaining in this game for everything.
Well, I'll tell you what, Noah, the difference in this game was the opening bell. Because they came out hooping and hollering, yelling and screaming.
We got a car switch. Heisel and Jeremy, they're going to try something. Again, I do want to call out Christy Schmidt out on the court, helping coach and support the Seattle team. One of the most respected voices coming out of Seattle to help this unlimited team.
So what's the game plan here? Quick three here. We look at the setup your offense.
Yeah,
it's only 4 points.
Sammy's hit the last threes up the middle that we've seen. And we begin. No three right away. Looks like they were trying to get, do you think they're trying to get a double cherry?
They're trying to get somebody down. Yeah, they're trying to get too deep. As we approach 10 seconds left in the possession.
Sammy goes loose. 7 seconds left. The high wall reemerges. Sammy looking for three. They crash on him. 2, 1. They're out of time.
Throws it up behind his back.
Oh boy.
They're looking for one big shot here, and it might be all she wrote.
Yep, take the time. Oh boy, defense needs some help. They got 10 seconds to fix it.
Well, Jordan's car wasn't moving for a second there, so worked it enough to get it going. Gets back.
Joe calling for it.
Just sail slow.
Oh.
4 points.
Oh
Spray
my
chart.
goodness.
Spray chart says that is automatic. 2-point game. Under 2 minutes to go. Seattle possession. I have no vested interest in either of these sinners, but my God, my heart is racing.
Oh no!
I can only imagine how you feel, Noah.
Here's a play that could tie the game. Sammy in the hot spot, a little bit deep, a little bit too deep.
Joe Tiffany wanted to shoot it on him. He said, come on, I wanted to block this.
Oh, Johnner!
Great
looking for Sammy
awareness.
immediately.
Great awareness.
Sammy over the middle.
Possession.
Oh, Joe almost got that pass.
7 seconds in the possession. It's going to be a tough shot for somebody. Floater, no good. Inside 1 minute.
Inside 1 minute, Seattle up by 2. This is for everything. They got 3-on-2. Long pass that went away from Peters. Overthrew it.
Lost it.
Peters is going to get it. It's important not to lose possession. They got 10 seconds left. They're going to take all of it. They're going to give Michigan one shot. If they score here, they win the game. If they score here, they win the game.
Joe Tiffany wants it. America's favorite player for the Unlimited Trophy.
Oh! Seattle wins the Unlimited Championship on Joe Tiffany's shot.
This is why he's North America's favorite player.
Jeremy throws it up. Seattle have won the Unlimited Championship.
Joe Tiffany with ice water in his veins.
2024, Chicago, the 40th anniversary of Nationals, and the Unlimited Championship remains in Seattle. Congratulations to the Michigan team. What an incredible performance.
What a run. What a run they had.
Welcome to Unlimited Texas, an incredible shock the world performance to beat the Michigan team. And Seattle facing their first bout of adversity after losing the first match to Michigan, coming back and winning a one-possession game. An incredible display of sportsmanship out there as these competitors respect the hell out of each other. And how can you not after the battle they just went through?
Wow. Just, wow. I'm at a loss for words. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. What a show from start to finish. From the upset, pseudo-upset, from Texas taking out Michigan in that first game, and Michigan's ability to bounce back to not only beat Texas, to come back and win this first game, and then take it to the final 2 minutes of a game 2 to settle the Unlimited Championship. But Seattle, the consummate professionals, again, Joe Tiffany with ice water in his veins just takes that last shot to ice the game, and Seattle is your 2024 Unlimited champions.
Incredible.
Back to back.
As they take the picture underneath the scoreboard for posterity, to be able to remember that score. As you say, Sully, back-to-back championship. And look at this. I love this. I love taking the picture with both teams out there. I love that Michigan is willing to do this. I love that Seattle wants Michigan out there as a show of sportsmanship, as a show of competition.
What a great showing.
As a show of how few points you can score and still win an unlimited championship.
I mean, the defense was top-notch.
It really was.
All the shots they put in the back of the bucket were very earned, that's for sure.
Incredible. Incredible.
Sammy was clutch. Ben Heisel played great defense. You know, the intensity that Zach Johnner showed was on a new level.
Unbelievable. And you hear the chants and the cheers as the players enter the hallway, the building vibrating with the enthusiasm. You see the celebrations and the emotion, the final release. You see the sorrow on the Michigan team that they put everything into it. They came so close.
They left it all out there. They left everything on that court. There's no doubt about that. From the mental anguish that they had to go through after suffering that loss to Texas.
Yeah.
And then to bounce back the way they did to get all the way to this point was a testament to their experience, their composure, and they were able to be competitive to the last minute of the game for the unlimited trophy. Now that is something special.
Unbelievable.
Something special. We witnessed history. Shout out to that Texas team that came in guns a-blazing, got that first win, showing they belonged in this tournament, and to come all the way through back with Michigan regaining their composure, like I said, is an amazing thing to see.
Amazing.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
Forever. I think it is clear that this change to the Unlimited Tournament was in the right direction. It added stakes. It added dynamics.
The spice, what we were looking for.
Yes.
And it was definitely provided.
It was there.
Wow.
And you know how spicy this was, even though the finals was the exact same 10 players that competed last year, and it felt like an entirely different game.
It felt like my first time watching Unlimited. You know, a lot of people felt like it was getting stale, it was getting boring, it was getting whatever the case is. And I think this set of games proved that this game can be exciting no matter who takes the court in what capacity. So again, Texas proved that they belong, and their games were super exciting. It was incredible to watch. This will probably be the most viewed clips on YouTube when they're released, because people are going to watch this back for not just this year, next year,
forever,
and the next year,
in perpetuity,
and the next year.
Remember that time? Where were you?
Where were you?
In 2024 in Chicago.
Yeah.
When Texas was in the Unlimited Tournament. When Sam could not miss from the right side of the court.
Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. When Joe Tiffany in the first half built a block party.
Man, it was a Seattle block party in that first half.
And then demanded the ball to hit the longest two on the court to win the game.
There was no shying away from that shot either. He said, I want the ball now. I need to put this game away. And he did just that.
The work that Barrett did with a bad car to keep two back so they could build a high wall and open things up. The Michigan trying to find something else that would work. Defense first on both teams. The patience, the discipline.
Yeah, look at the score.
Incredible.
You know, it was definitely defense first. Everyone made sure they were setting up, make sure their wall was high, make sure there was no 2-on-1s in the opposite end. It was absolutely incredible to watch. I'm glad I was a part of this, and I have no words. I can only give flowers to so many people. Everybody that participated, from coaching, like I said, Christy was the voice of reason for those guys. She was on the court with them. Make sure they continue to keep moving and hollering, because again, the intensity changed so much when, for the opening bell, when Barrett buried his first shot, it was It was yelling. It was get on your feet. It was making sure that they kept that intensity high. Because in that first game, I felt like it was a little lacking. I felt like Seattle came out not as intense as they should have, and thus Michigan came out, made the plays they should have, and they won that first game. But again, that second game from that minor break, they came out and said, you know what? From jump, let's keep it up. Let's keep it intense.
Yeah.
And they got the victory.
You know, I wonder if there was some truth to what Tommy was saying. You saw the intensity that was on the Seattle faces, the screaming, the emotions.
Whole game.
And Michigan had played one more game.
Yep.
And so was there an element of fatigue? Just incredible.
But we're not here to make excuses, because that it's not an excuse. It's not, they
certainly not.
So
Take nothing away from Seattle. Seattle wins that game
so well. They played so well.
Just incredible. Sully, we got to wrap this thing up. They're parking the cars out there. We're going to be cleaning up the studio. We are beginning tomorrow with the lower division tournaments. This is going to be the C and D tournament. Is going to be tomorrow afternoon.
Yes.
So please join us for that. And then the following day, which is Wednesday, will be the upper division tournaments. That's the A and B tournament and the banquet that will close out this 40th annual national tournament here in Vernon Hills, Illinois, and Chicago. Sully, thank you so much. It has been an honor to be on the mic with you. And as a matter of fact, hang on a second. We have a special guest that I need to put on the mic. We are joined right now, right off the court, from Mr. Clint Fisher. Clint, thank you for joining us. Tell me how you're feeling.
I'm a little sore.
Yeah,
I'm a little sore. That was we fought hard. I mean, the Texas guys played great.
Yes.
Some of you guys played wonderful. I mean, that was awesome. I mean, really, that was the Seattle guy. There's a little cart discrepancy out there. Little cart discrepancy out there.
Little cart discrepancy.
Little cart, yeah. But
the red car's better?
Yeah.
There's red car's better.
I would say more the black cars. There's 3 that are a little rough.
Yeah, okay.
And when they set that wall, the Seattle wall was unbelievable. We just couldn't break it.
Yeah.
In those carts. So we switched out thinking, okay, maybe Jeremy can get down. Sam was on fire.
Yeah.
Sam hit. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, we left it all out there.
Yes.
I can't say we didn't. I'm thinking that was a good game to watch.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
That's an incredible to watch.
There were some big things going on out there. Again, my hat's off to the Texas guys. Really, seriously, they were fabulous out there. A lot of good players. A lot of good players. A lot of I'm tired. I'm upset. I wanted to win, obviously. But that's probably the best we've ever played Seattle in brain cars.
Yeah, right. Right.
I mean, this is the first. So
you should be more than proud of your performance out there. Like you said, you left it all on the court. We could tell.
There was nothing else that we could give. I mean, Sammy hit how many threes there at one point?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, he was deep and he hit them.
Yeah.
We had lots of good plays and again, just basket here, basket there, and I thought it was a very, very good overall. Again, Texas beating us in the beginning. I mean, we made a little adjustment, and it worked in our favor. But they were at tie. It was Seattle at half. I mean, that's I know they adjusted a little bit too, but no.
I think you were tied with 5 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was never more than spread than 4 points at one point before Sammy started hitting a couple threes to crawl you guys back into it. But just wow. What a performance.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. It felt good. It felt good. It seemed like a good time. I got my son with me. He's able to, see what he has to say, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, hang on. We'll put Caleb on. Hang on.
All right, Caleb. Yeah. Caleb.
All right, so I was sitting Seattle side, and they were hating me because I was Michigan.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I was talking mad shit before the half there, and I had to switch sides back to Michigan.
Yeah, for sure. So what was the experience like watching was this your first Unlimited tournament that you've seen?
Yeah, it was my first division. It was my first year being D division, my first year here, and I had a great time, honestly, so far.
Well, right on. So what did you think of that Unlimited tournament?
It was very exciting. It was very exciting. They played Texas first round, they lost, and they played Seattle second round, they won. Wait, hold on. They played Seattle second round, they won, and then they came back, and then they lost again. But it was really exciting, honestly. I was sitting in Seattle. They love me at first, they hate me later.
Yeah, right on. Well,
anyway.
Well, thank you, Caleb. I'm glad you were here to support your father. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And, it looks like Clint's got...
Back to Clint.
Yeah, for
What
sure.
an experience. What an experience.
How cool is that to have your son?
Yeah, just amazing. I was thinking, Rick's son's here, Bill's son's here. Quite shocking. Just I was telling someone, kind of my worlds collided this weekend, the WhirlyBall world and the family life, and really a lot of fun. Really want to thank Kyle and Bill for reffing.
Kyle and Bill did a great job.
Yeah, they really did a good job. Really nice.
The best thing you can say about the referees is that they did not decide the game. You guys.
No. I don't think it was a dirty game at all. No. I didn't see anything egregious out there. A couple little slaps, but nothing that was, I thought overall it was a pretty clean game.
I thought the most, I said it a couple times, the most expensive slap, the scoop slash that was not called, was the one that turned Zach Johnner into the Hulk. Zach just played with a vengeance.
Yeah,
that.
It was fun. Obviously we wanted to win, but yeah, hey, we're getting better.
We'll get them next year. And you guys now having the brain cars at home, I think that'll be...
Absolutely helped. It helped for sure. It helped for sure. Playing in Cleveland last year, and we us having the brains a little different, but it's a different adjustment. It really is.
Yeah.
But no, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. I'm going to let you guys back talking about it, but also the mechanics here is down there right now working on it still, and they've been working really, really hard for us. So the managers, they let us do our little, in the beginning, the little race off with the cars. That was always fun. But so someone told me, I've been waiting 10 years to do this. I've never got to do the race off.
The unlimited race.
Yeah. I go, well, here you go.
Come on in.
Come on in, baby.
You won the race.
Both times. Both times. Not that I'm bragging, but I did.
Great job.
Excellent.
Thanks.
So you got that
I did win something.
And that's right. And we're going to get the trophy out there for you for winning the
race
before the
I'll prepare a speech and yes.
Well, Clint, thank you for coming up.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Well, there it is from the competitor's mouth, right off the court. Thank you guys so much. Thanks as always to the Whirly Freak, who without Gus and all of his efforts, we would not be able to bring you this.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And that's going to be it for us. Thank you, Sully. And
thank you, Noah, for letting me join you this year. It was an awesome experience.
For sure. And as always, thanks to Steve Vogt and Mark Money Mills, the creators of the What in the World podcast, and the reason why we're able to bring you this audio commentary on top of the Whirly Freaks video.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Whirly Nation. We'll see you next time. Good night.
Good night.